And, while I don't expect anybody to be here quite yet, we are live. Hello, both of y'all. I'm glad I could get both of you here today.
Hello
Like
there.
Poach
Hello.
Saru's audience.
Oi, Hamu.
Hurry.
You already stole like all my money with the toilet paper incident,
Yeah,
didn't you?
well, maybe if well, I don't have really a defense. I don't have a comeback or a defense, but that toilet paper is very soft and it lines all of my home.
It also makes for a good sound barrier.
Huh? Fair. Although when it's all coming out of, the SQK Inc. account without me knowing, I gotta say something, Hamu.
Well, didn't I
Ooh.
intern to make up for it?
That's fair, and that's why we got you on the show today,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I'm here. Yeah.
Hey. And hopefully that little banter aside means that any pre-roll ads that show up are gone away so people can actually show up and hear Koji here. Because star of the show today, our guest for episode 25 of Big Squeak Inc. is Kojiro. Kojiro Kaelus? Is that how I say last name?
You're
Or
close. Closest for human pronunciation. Oh, granted, you're not human, but it's still.
I squeak a few things.
Kaelus would be the closest way.
Kaelus.
Think of
I
it.
feel like I missed something there.
Pronounce it in Japanese if that makes any sense.
It makes some sense, but I also process that, I'm not going to be able to say it right then.
That's fair.
Either way, Kojiro. Welcome to, the first episode where we don't have somebody towering over buildings or shrunken on the desk, huh?
I appreciate that. And if I may, let me just, Oh, that's better.
Tail out, free and about, huh?
Free the tail.
Hopefully that's not smacking you in the face.
It's fine. We got a little bit of room, and if it does, well, I will just kind of roll it off, and I might hand wave, be like, hey, this is carrying on.
Understandable.
But for everybody here, I am the usual host of these interviews, Saruroku. Normally Giant Mouse, although I let the guests decide what sizes are going on when the show's rolling. Across the table from me, we have a one-time guest and also a former co-host as well come back to the table, Hamudrel.
Yeah, my name's Hammer.
Hammer.
That makes sense.
Anyway, hello. I was
Hello,
gonna ask,
Hamu. Oh.
could your tail like slice people up?
No.
It looks dangerous.
Well, I've never tried actually. It can
self-defense,
It can smack people though. Think of it as a club.
Perfect.
Probably safer than a Grimm's Tale, because when he was on the show and pointed us to you, there was a lot of impaling going on with that. And that's
Yeah, I'm a little no disrespect to Grimm, of course. I admire his work greatly. How many millions of people? I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
A lot of millions.
I tend to like, different methods, pitfalls, spike traps, lava pits, reanimated, stuff like that. But my tail makes a really good just smack them in the head and they'll go night-nights for a bit.
Understandable. Sometimes you need a way to just knock somebody out for a minute as opposed to always going straight for the kill, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Sets up better scenarios, I imagine.
Especially when it's a hero. Shut up. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're the first guest we've had that actually deals with heroes as well, because I believe your stated profession when you're not relaxing is dungeon boss?
That is correct.
To that effect?
That is correct.
All right. So, what's the life of a dungeon boss like? I gotta ask.
Honestly, depending on what day it is, get up, do my morning routine, make breakfast. Anybody who tries to go through the dungeon, my minions tell me, they show me how far the heroes are. Wow, tongue difficult. Let me try that again. How far the heroes get, how far the explorers get. One time I had a raiding party of tourists. That was fun. yeah, try to break their way through. It was especially exciting to hear their
Like
screams.
actually tourists with their photo cameras and sunscreen and
Yes.
oh jeez.
Everybody form a single file line. Okay, we're gonna go into the bottomless pit.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
How does somebody get that idea in the first place? Because that is a bad idea.
Look, it's a dangerous dungeon.
Oh my god, so far.
But yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey. It sounds like quite eventful days most of the time.
Oh,
Never
and,
really know what to expect, huh?
This is true.
If you need low-level fodder to throw at them at the beginning of the dungeon, call me.
Why do you have slimes?
No, I'm like a rat-like creature, which puts me on that tier, you know.
Oh.
You know, as a mouse, I feel like I gotta take some comment there as well, huh, Hamu?
Well, yeah, but you know, you're a muscular mouse, so you get by.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have the title modifier, so I'm slightly above like first room encounter. Huh?
Yeah, you feel like a mini boss.
Sato could actually probably hold his own against a hero himself. Who knows? I mean, not to flush the chat or anything, but Dempex though.
My brain processed for a second. It's like, oh wait, that's what you said. The pecs. Oh, my brain completely misheard for a second. It's like, wait a second. Oh yeah, that. Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm not that spicy.
My brain was like, Dempecto, a name. Like, oh wait, no, them pecs though. Oh.
Also, I know you like to play pranks, but this table is kind of cruel. I'm just saying.
Well, at the very least, it is actual chocolate, and if you want to walk off with it after the interview, feel free. I've had my co-host eat some of the table before during the interview, so it is in fact chocolate as people are looking.
I would like to do that.
Yes,
you would like some too?
Have some chocolate. I mean, it's not dark chocolate, but
Well, there's a lot of table, but you'll have to see if Koji wants to share then, huh?
I will absolutely share.
There you go, huh? And, well, since we're still in the introduction, we got some people showing up. May as well bring it up. If you in chat have particular questions, we will try to address them at some point, so feel free to ask. As well, if you are not following either of the others here, we're just going to drop the links in chat real quick and make sure to stop by their sides. All that streamer mumbo-jumbo.
Understandable.
But, for the moment, let's see. We talked a little bit about the fact that you're a dungeon boss and whatnot, but is there a bit of backstory or information that you could share with us about yourself? Just a bit of a warm-up to get people to get to know you.
My backstory? Is that what you're asking for? Because it's a pretty long one.
Yeah, backstory, however long or short you want to describe it, feel free.
Well, all right. This isn't going to be a question on the interview. This is just tell me about. Okay. Well, okay. You may not know this, but I'm actually what you might call a time traveler, I guess. I'm not normally from this time. I'm from very, 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 very long ago. Also, I see some familiar people in that chat. Look how tiny they are from here. I'm sorry. But anyway, so I grew up on an island called Fari, very far away from here, full of humans and non-humans like myself. We lived in harmony. We served another kingdom. I'll try to give you the nutshell version.
To not interrupt for a second, I think we got some sounds coming through on your end, mechanical clink clink clinks.
It's my top mini boss. It's my big bruiser. He's decided to come in and take some loot for himself.
Understandable. I just wanted to make sure that was asked about before it got too long into people's ears.
Sorry about that, everyone. I hope it's not too loud.
It's fine. Either way, you were telling us your story.
Yes, we're talking about you. Don't look so surprised. Sorry.
Never dull time in the dungeon, huh?
Yeah, that's true. He keeps me company, but it's fun because when people, well, I'll talk about that later. But, right, long story... Really? You have to grab that too. Give me that.
They're
No.
really going at it with, taking that loot, huh?
Just books are not toys. Give me that. No, okay, thank you. Alright. Put that artifact in here.
Busy times keeping a dungeon working.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't even the dungeon proper. This is just my house, which is attached to it.
Jeez.
Right. So you were sick. Right. Okay. I was raised on an island called Furry, Island Kingdom. And we used to serve another kingdom. Their queen essentially betrayed our kingdom and revealed herself to be a very, very dark sorceress and wiped many of us out. Turned many of us into horrible monsters. Fun fact, I did not used to be a dark flame dragon. The original clan name was Clan Furry White Flame. My actual name is... oh boy, we're doing this.
Apparently we're doing this, yeah.
Elya Kaelus, more or less. But I changed my name, and she pretty much, Dark Sorceress took my family, took me, yeeted us across the planet and across time, and changed our own timelines and made me as a tiny whelp again. So I had to grow up twice, having all of the knowledge that I had, twice. Do you know how terrible it is being a tiny little whelp, knowing what's going to happen to your father in the future, or what's going to happen to the world, and you can't say anything? It's crazy.
I can't imagine, although, having been a very small mouse myself at some point, the tiny little whelp part I completely understand. Lots of people, poking fun. It's like, yes. Oh, so small, let's just pick you up and mess about, right?
I feel that.
Ugh. Not too many people doing that now, though, huh?
Yeah. And I joke when I say weakest dragons are often stronger than the strongest humans, but it actually is true.
Yeah. Whereas, mice, on the other hand, there's maybe one or two that are strong enough to do anything as far as humans are concerned.
Fair. Well, what about you? You look like you could bench press a bus with those guns.
Yeah. I'm also, borrowing some magic to be this tall or as big as I usually am. Can you imagine, saying the same thing again if I was standing on the table as tall as that coconut shell?
Aww. You'd still be friend-shaped.
Yeah, maybe you'd be like an ant. How they can lift like 10 times their weight.
True. True.
I don't think I'd have very much weight to lift based off of that, though, but I appreciate the thought. Hey.
Does that sufficiently answer your question about my backstory?
I think that covers a good bit of the backstory, though.
Okay.
Although, I do have a relatively specific question pertaining to that. The dungeon. How did you come across that, or family dungeon, or what's going on there?
So, my family, Clan Kaelus, I'm sorry, Furry Dark Flame. Kaelus is my individual family name, and then the extended family, if you will, has the Furry Dark Flame. But so I actually don't remember. From what I gathered, I grew up here. Well, grew up in quotation marks, but the family don't remember much. All they know is we used to be on Furry, and now we're here. They don't remember they don't remember the whole Dark Sorceress thing, but last I remembered, my father pretty much booted the old boss out, and the old boss was close to dying anyway. Won a few battles too many. But the name was changed to Dragon Pearl Caverns. This is just Deathly Caverns or whatever. It's more misleading.
Deathly Caverns, it's caverns. They're deadly. Understandable enough for a basic name, I guess, but Dragon Pearl sounds better, I agree.
We call it Dragon Pearl Caverns, and what's funny is the local village decided to call itself Dragon Pearl Village, and the island on which it sits is now Dragon Pearl Island. Funny world.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
We live in a bit of a, if I may, we live in a bit of a symbiosis. The village keeps too many people from wandering into the caverns, and the legend of the dungeon, brings tourists to the town, and that's how they get lots of their imports.
Ah,
People make money. Hmm. Kind of a I scratch your head, you scratch mine thing.
yeah, that seems to be something that a lot of people don't really bring up about adventurer-type towns. Because, I mean, what are you going to do if there's no adventurers or tourists actually popping by, right?
Right.
So,
And speaking, it's funny that you have coconuts here. Did you get them from Dragon Pearl Village, or is that just a wild coincidence?
well, there is a little bit of research going on, but I don't think they're quite that precise with the setup. Just a couple of coconuts and tropical things.
Because that's, funnily enough, what they grow, which is what Furry grew.
Oh,
Coconuts. And the coconuts are quite nice. But, are these? Coconut water is delicious. I'm sorry, I'm sidetracked.
hey, no worries, no worries.
Dragon brain.
Listen, I know I don't have too many thoughts up in my head most of the time, so side tracks are good tracks, all the same.
If
Here
you were
I
to shake
thought
my
that.
head, you might hear a rattle, you know.
Probably.
Here, I
Think
thought that was
that's
mostly a rodent problem.
Believe it or not, no. There's the whole thing about dragon syndrome. That's actually true. Like the whole ooh shiny that actually does happen. Yes.
Oh, so is that what kind of leads up to the stories about dragon hordes and, gathering gold like we got some back there on the cooler?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's not my fault. They kind of deserve it. They're breaking into my house. I'm just saying.
Yeah?
I agree. They're lucky you don't take more.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's whatever they have on that person, you know. Lots of things. This one person had a very nice looking model jet plane. I don't know why they'd carry that on them. What are they gonna do? Wow me to death? Oh look, it's a model plane. And then I just say, okay, I am dead now. Thanks. Just
Oh, jeez.
You could ram into your ankles.
true.
Like, not even, accidentally magic artifacted a model plane, just a little model plane?
Yeah. I almost felt
Wow.
bad. I almost felt bad. Almost.
I mean, breaking into your house still, so you can't feel too bad.
That's true.
Understandable. Let's see, I see a big message. I'm not sure if this is a question or not yet. Let's see.
Oh.
From Lori, Pretty Night Lori. Koji, you call yourself the big boss dragon and have grown tired from many heroes doing the same spiel. Is there anything different you want to see from those who encounter the end of your dungeon?
Yeah. Something that isn't to the effect of,
I'm gonna claim my honor for my country. Meh, meh, meh.
it's
Great
like, yeah,
villain, I am
don't-
here to slay you for the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Great feeling. I'm here to say.
I was like, nobody cares. And for the
Your
record,
tyranny ends in your bedroom.
oh my.
Oh no. Not that way.
I was about to be like, Sarah. But yeah.
No. But yeah.
Understandable. Yeah, honestly, just how about you want to know what I see? Want to know what I want to see different from villains? I'm sorry. That's you from heroes. Check this out. How about this? How about you don't break in to people's houses?
But like,
Is that?
that's the one thing they do. Even in the villages, they just run around random people's houses, loot their, random wardrobes. Like, yes, this hat does a 1 more defense than my hat.
Yeah.
I'm taking it. Like,
Exactly.
you're asking heroes to what? Be decent people?
People don't realize. I mean, okay. In fairness, there are some people who actually who have plights, and
Mm-hmm.
and and I respect that, you know. And I've on rare occasions, some people have managed to clear the dungeon, and I'm like, okay, not bad. Yeah, take your trinket and go. Never come back. They come back. They end up perishing. Not my fault. But yeah. Is there an actual grudge from these here? Oops, sorry. You're the host.
You know, that's fair though. If you do spy a question in chat, we can grab its focus real quick. So,
Okay.
is there an actual grudge from these adventurers, Koji? Because it sounds like most of the time you're just vibing your cave and they just crash in.
It's true, yes. It's a bit of a I wouldn't quite say a race thing, but a lot of people think that just because I'm a dragon, that we're all evil, and maybe because my ancestors might have pillaged towns and burnt villages down, which I
Sins of the
get it.
father type of
Doesn't
thing.
yeah, it doesn't mean I have.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
just a bad rep that's not earned, although definitely show them why it could be earned, huh?
Yeah. In my beastly form, I'm not so cute, Ari.
Oh,
I
jeez. Oh,
appreciate it, yeah.
that is a point to bring up for just a moment then. Mention beastly forma. Sounds like you can go full dragon, it sounds like then, sometimes?
Yes. I'm unable to right now, though, because I'm rather
Well,
tired from the work at this
I
point.
also appreciate that we're not planning to rebuild the interview room, and I doubt that a full-size dragon would just fit so nicely here, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, this is correct. I can transform at will. I don't see myself very often, so I can't say I know exactly what I look like. You understand? But yeah.
I understand entirely there. I can't understand what I look like half the time, and I don't transform at all.
Well, I mean, getting a mirror big enough for a dragon to observe their whole body, I suppose that would be kind of a challenge I never thought about.
I mean, if somebody really wanted me to look, I suppose, take me to a tranquil lake with, clear water.
Yeah.
But I'm told between 30 to 40 feet tall and 70 to 80 feet long from head to tail.
Okay.
Well,
I don't
maybe-
suppose any adventurers have stumbled across with a conveniently tiny mirror that resizes to whatever is needed. No such luck.
No, but it's really fun when they think they've beaten me, and I'm just like, okay, let's just end this. I transform and the looks on their face is just so priceless.
They don't realize there's always a phase 2, huh?
Well, let's put it this way: Dragon Pearl isn't double S tier for nothing.
Well, that sounds like a pretty high rating, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is there... I've heard of ranking systems going up to triple S. Is that the same with that system that you're familiar with, or?
Entirely sure. People
Uh-huh.
come in, they run the dungeon, they try to fight. This weirdly dressed person came through my dungeon, but didn't actually try to fight me. He just wanted to rate the dungeon, whatever that means. I'm like, oh, knock yourself out. Gave me double S tier, and I'm like, hell yeah.
So, your dungeon's been appraised, but you don't know anything about the other dungeons out in the world or their ranking system, huh?
I have a lot of fun facts about dungeons for you, but I don't know how much time you have.
We got a fair bit of time if you do want to throw out a couple real quick.
Fun fact, dungeons have to conform to safety standards.
Oh.
That's not a joke.
I...
There actually are handrails if you look very, very carefully on some corridors. Just that the bottomless pits are traps, and traps are counted as dungeon items, and dungeon items are protected under safety law. So the bottomless pit you fall into is completely legal.
I have a lot of questions that I want to ask the people who set up that system for, like, the safety standards. Like, safety standards for who, at the very least?
Well, look at it this way. If you're climbing upstairs, you at least won't fall. If you're going down a ramp, you won't trip.
That's true. It's true. I'm just like, do they set up the safety for, minions within the dungeon to be able to maneuver properly? Or is this like, we can't have the adventurers die embarrassing deaths before the trap that can embarrass them?
Bit of both.
Bit of both?
Mm-hmm. Some adventurers do trip and fall and alive into themselves. Can we say the K word here? Is
Uh,
that not taboo?
I
But
don't think as long as we're not threatening to kill anybody, I think it's fine.
okay, so they end up tripping, falling, and killing themselves, and I'm just like, oh, you sweet summer child. But yeah,
No. Well, understandable. Safety
also
standards for dungeons.
another fun fact: we still have to. This might actually be rather amusing, but
Yeah.
we are not exempt from the dreaded taxes.
Ugh.
All of our hood gets taxed. It sucks. Oh, yeah.
Well, as a VTuber, you don't have to pay taxes
I
anymore.
I feel like there's
That's-
something incorrect about that. Wait a second.
Wait, I missed that
Wait.
memo.
Wait, please don't tell me that's incorrect because I really got to go talk to the IRS then.
But fortunately,
Oh.
the local kingdom under whose jurisdiction the DPC is, it's known to be called Lies. Who's cool about it? They send their minions, and I'm like, yeah, take your gold, whatever. Just be gone. Yeah.
So the only people who can really get through the dungeon without too much question, it sounds like. One of those few people, tax auditors, huh?
Actually,
Oh.
what?
There's a story here.
I can't guarantee their safety if they use what we call the show entrance. But if they go around the back where my house is, then which is where the king, or is it a queen now? I forget. Is he still on the throne? I think he is. Anyway, where the royalty tell them to go, and I tell them to tell them to go, then it's fine. It's literally just my house.
Alright, so as long as they, the staff entrance compared to, let's just walk in the front door and sit at the play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes some fair bit of sense, and just based on that, I can only imagine that a couple of them did not get the memo properly.
Oh, they did. Some didn't, and that's their tough luck. Some did, and try to play the part and excuse me. You must pardon me. No, I do not belch flames, so you needn't worry about that.
If I start smelling smoke, I might have raised a question, but I think it's fine right now.
Understandable. But I'm so sorry. What were you saying?
I'm not entirely sure. I think we were having you say something, and then
All
we
right,
just both pinballed.
The tax auditor thingy things. Okay.
Yeah, tax auditor.
Or whatever
Not
they're called
editor.
anymore. Tax editors. Yeah, that's it. I want to edit my tax. It's 0.
If only, huh?
Yeah, but some of them do go the wrong way. They end up perishing, dying, and their families try to how do you say it in human English? Oh yeah,
I think
sue.
yeah. They file a lawsuit against the dungeon boss, and
Yeah, because let's file a lawsuit against the place where people go to perish. That's just smart. Of course,
really short-lived, huh?
They get laughed out of it. Even the king is like, yeah, no.
Don't even field it. Have any of them just been that stubborn enough that they did go in through the show entrance to try to, voice their complaints?
Yeah?
Yeah. Did that end about as well as we're expecting?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
One person actually managed to grab out. What is it? I'm sorry. I have to. I have to actually think about this because it's not very often I go through my own dungeon. You understand? Grab the 3 keys. Waterfall key. Key. Something like 5-6 different keys plus 3 or 4 key items. Not to mention the treasure. Yeah. So it takes them a minute to get.
That's got to have a pretty good layout to accommodate all that too and get a high rank, huh?
Yeah. I can get to that in a minute. Okay, I can try to hold that thought. But they try to make it through, and you're like,
Your dungeon is so unsafe. My family died, and
I'm like, okay, you know what? Oh yeah, fair warning for your squeakers or what do you call your fans?
Most of the time they're just lurking about, so I don't really have a
You don't have
shorthand
a
name
name
for
for
them.
them. Well, dear fans, yeah, I can throw my voice. This is, what you get. And then if I really wanted to mess with people, I could just be like,
hi. All right, let's go to the dungeon. We're gonna have so much fun. Okay.
Yeah, Koji is definitely a person of many, many voices. And I believe that's taken a lot of training and actual work on your part, right?
Yeah. Who knew? I realized there was a word for people who can, if you will throw their voice, who want to do fun things with their voice. And no, not. They call them voiceover artists. I mean, if you think about it, this is wild. The voice you hear at the amusement park that tells you what time the parade is, the voices you hear on the TV with the commercials, those are all done by real people.
Yep.
I mean,
Um,
I've been working on my human impression actually. So
So I can talk like this for a little bit and people find it funny.
Oh my god, you sound exactly like humans.
that's awesome. Ugh. But anyway, there's that. Yeah.
yeah, I can definitely think of a couple humans, especially around the parts I've been, that sound like that
Nice.
it can do with some training of their own.
Nice. You were talking about oh right, sweet uses so jarring.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Anyway, yeah, that's my LSP impression. Although voice acting isn't impressions, to be fair. But you were talking about the Dragon Hill cabins and layout. Yeah,
Yeah.
last I checked, it was I want to say 7 floors, I think.
7 floors?
Yeah.
Or that's definitely one that most people would think about that, and that's an endurance dungeon. It sounds like, prep for overnight, try to avoid ambushes, all the works.
Yeah, the way it works is that also because Dragon Pale Caverns is so close to the village, there's the show aspect I have to worry about. If you were to stand in front of the facade, you would look up and be like, "OMG, that's a dungeon!" But if you look from the back, because you climb down a ravine, you understand, to enter the dungeon where the ocean is, the beach, and then you climb down a ravine. But on the backside, it just looks like just a large hill. You'd never know.
Always
Yeah.
the most unassuming one that you suddenly find the entrance, and it's like, oh, I'm in danger.
Yeah. And then when the way it works is you enter the dungeon, you keep going down and down and down and down and down.
Mhm. And a whole... It's got to be unnerving to go further and further underground each time, I bet.
You might think, but what's funny is a little very, very, very small portion of Dragonville Caverns was converted into a tourist walkthrough because it's got luminescent waterfalls and features and things like
Oh.
that. It's actually rather pretty to look at, yeah.
Oh, that's quite nice then.
I'm
Whenever you
looking
think
at you.
underground, it's like big, dark, gloomy, maybe a little bit of torchlight, and that's, burning up your precious oxygen. Like,
People look at the dungeon. Oh wow, it's so pretty, but then they encounter the reanimated, restless spirits. Also, does DPC have dungeons? I don't know. Chase, does freaking Hyrule Castle have bathrooms? Does Inside the Deco Tree have bathrooms? Does freaking Allowvale Castle have? I don't know. I mean, you could make your own, to be fair, but
fair enough,
my,
fair enough.
my house has bathrooms.
And Hamu, I think I cut you off a bit or spoke over you. Did you have a comment there?
Oh, I was just gonna say I was gonna book a trip to those waterfalls, but I'm starting to second guess it because, the bathroom thing.
Well, mind you, my house and the dungeon proper doesn't, but I'm pretty sure that tourists, there's probably some kind of concession stand that the humans build outside the... Mind you, there's the dungeon, then there's a side entrance that you go through that's a little teeny tiny walkthrough, and I'm sure there is a concession stand with restrooms there.
To be fair, the world is my bathroom already, so I don't know why I
No.
was second guessing myself.
Hamu.
Well, that's fair. No judging for me.
What about you? Where's your bathroom? Is the world your bathroom, or do you have a proper bathroom
Are you talking to Sadhu or...
to you? Yeah.
No, I live in an actual house.
Oh,
You go inside the caverns and there's an actual house. Yeah. It was
Swanky.
my father's idea. There was a gigantic chamber and he was like, I want to build an actual house, so we have an actual house.
Sounds a lot more comfortable than just the big empty room, right?
Oh yeah. including I don't know why humans call it running water. I mean, it doesn't have feet, but I digress. The quote-unquote running water. We don't need to worry about heating. It's pretty much the same temperature all year round, nice and balmy.
Okay. It sounds like definitely thinking about, going forward in personal comfort, because even though you're the boss, you can't be just lounging about and just lazy about things, huh?
Yeah, wait, Chaz, you've been to my house, haven't you? I even showed you how the traps work, I think, unless that was somebody else. Sometimes you'll hear a big thud, very muffled, to be fair, and then you might hear screams. It's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord. I imagine that's some nightmare fuel for the unprepared that are going in as well. Just, somebody deeper in is dying. Oh, no.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not a very loud thud. It's just, I mean, it is, but it's very faint. It's just like a where you're like, oh, something happened, but it's way down there.
Yeah. And looks like we do have a question in chat that has been sitting around
Oh.
for a few minutes.
Oh, yes,
So-
of course.
So here's a question, Koji, from Ryuchi. You've been attacked by heroes and adventurers, but have you ever been attacked by other dragons? And if not, what will you do when that finally happens?
I have. We're not the most chivalrous, really. We don't always tend to be the best behaved. Those dragons that pilfered and pillaged and, gosh, I'm saying it sound like pirates. No, but burned villages, they're actually not great people. And when people are like, good dragons are misunderstood, no, we're not. Some of us are actually evil, crazy. They need to go down. I would slay a dragon. I mean, I'd be like, cousin, I'm sorry, I love you. I'm sure you're important to somebody, but no, you have to go down. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
understandable. We did mention a little earlier that dragons do have a bit of a reputation. That's why a lot of adventurers, just pick a fight with you out of the blue.
Mhm.
But it sounds like it's not an unearned reputation as a generalization. It's just they really should
Yeah.
pick and choose their battles.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
All right. Well, I believe we're on to question 3 on my whole list, and it's been, over half an hour? So this one's gearing up to be a nice long interview.
Yay.
So I wanted to actually bring up something that you did relatively recently and also congratulated on it again, because I believe that you've recently debuted and shared all this lore information on your own terms.
Yeah. Thank you, Sada. That means a lot.
It was
Yeah.
really crazily well executed. Let me just confirm that again for you,
Oh,
because
yeah.
you did real good work with that.
Thanks.
But I actually want to ask a little bit about the behind the scenes, because it sounded like you did a lot of work, and it sounded like you got a good number of people involved based on a portion of what I heard.
Yeah.
So,
So,
yep.
yeah, as you guys know, I'm actually a voice actor, not professional yet. I will be someday. But, so I wrote some script, I recorded, I had some friends, excuse me, I asked them, hey, would you record a couple of lines for me? And most of them were like, yeah, of course. Some of them didn't have time, and that's, fair. And,
Understandable.
excuse me for a second, I have to deafen for a really quick second.
Well,
Okay, sorry about that.
and you're
But
back.
I
That
asked
was a
them
quick
to-
second.
yeah, no, but I asked some of them to record something, and they did. And, I was like, hey, can you do this? And most of them who could were like, yeah. And then some of them I forgot to go to, and I kind of feel bad about it. But so I was sick, so I couldn't record anything for 2-3 weeks.
Mhm.
3 days before, because that's totally when you should work on a giant project. It's 3 days before to do. Yeah. No, it's not.
That's just the university lifestyle. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I feel that. I have a cousin who's a dragon who went to university. Good for him. But anyway, editing nonstop. Not to mention working on my new song, which is I like it. just round the clock and editing and editing and editing, and I had to go through a dry run because what happened was people don't realize is I had to record myself playing my flute for all of a second over music, and then I had to rather music that wasn't there because I had to record the music that kind of walked itself. How do you say to make it sound like something was going wrong?
Yeah.
And then come debut day, when it was time to unveil the model, I transferred over to the music screen on my stream, started the video, and I was like, please let this be seamless. And it was. I saw
It
only a
was
few pictures.
flawless, absolutely.
And people were like, hey, he's playing music. Wait, no, he's not. Wait, what's going on? And then I scrambled and opened the VTube Studio thingy thing, closed down my PNG thingy thing, and set it up as it was going on. I went and washed my hands, washed my face, shook off my nerves, came back, and now I move.
Yeah, it was definitely quite the bit of reactions when people were going on about, wait, what's going on? Wait a second. Honestly,
that makes me happy.
I've seen a few debuts, but I gotta say, as far as actual execution and showmanship goes, that was definitely top tier.
Thank you, that means a lot.
And to kind of serve double purposes, you mentioned music, right? Do you think now would be a good time to play a little demo of your music and possibly give you a couple of minutes to grab something?
Yeah. Oh, right, I left my mocha in your freezer. It's gonna freeze. Oh, crap.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. So
Please.
I will. I'll put on the preview of some of your work, and you can go double check on that. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So
Hopefully,
let's just
yeah.
We're gonna scoot you over as you go off and check. So.
Okay.
And for everybody who's still here, we are going to take a minute aside, and on the viewer side, you should be able to hear some music that Koji himself has assembled into a demo. So, feel free to listen, relax, and just figure out what the heck Koji does with music, huh?
Listening to the stream.
looks like that's the end of that little demo. Let's see. I'm just gonna look past. Does it look like Koji's? No. Oh, you're all right. Sounds like they're back. Let's make sure that we actually open the door and let them back onto the set, please. Oh, there we go. All right, welcome back.
Darning.
All right, thanks.
So, that was a pretty impressive display of music across that demo. And did the freezer get too much into it, or are you good on the drink front?
Dude, my mocha was on there for maybe half an hour, and it's already ice cold, and I love it.
Ice cold and love it. Okay, good.
Almost too good. There's ice chunks in there. Hey, no, not for you. Go on.
All right, but yeah, there's quite a bit of music on display there. Hamu, you got any thoughts on some of the demo?
I liked it. It was very I don't know the word. Atmospheric.
I'm very glad to hear that.
Good. It certainly sounded like there was a lot of instruments at play. Also, I think, yeah, let's fix up a little bit of scuff real quick. Sound like a lot of instruments was at play, as well as a little bit of vocal, if I recall hearing that right.
Oh, I think it was either the third or the fourth one. Those are my own vocals, because that's my own BGM that I threw in there.
So, just out of curiosity and to officially ask, how much of the instrumentation is directly played by you in all this?
Well, I think I actually played my flute in a couple of pieces, but I can play my flute for a client if they want me to put it in, but it is extra because that's considered a live musician.
Okay.
Yeah, but I suppose that begs me to tell you, I'm a professional composer, so I do take commissions. We'll be taking commissions again very soon.
Yeah, and I believe there was also a raffle you're doing as part of the debut, although there was a little bit of a incident with the initial post because very tired Koji brain, right?
Yes. For the initial giveaway, I was supposed to unpin the tweet from my profile, but instead deleted it. So I remember coming to you like, oh no.
It was, oh no, everything's going wrong. Just breathe. Oh no.
And you were like, no, it's not. You'll be okay.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
are forgetting anything.
Especially if you come forward with it and it's like, this is what happened, right? If you tried to sweep it under the rug and just said, well, what's done is done, goodbye everybody, then people might have gotten a little bit upset, if they even remembered at that point, truth be told.
Yeah, true. So I did it again, gave them, I think it was 2 weeks. Far less people entered, that's on them.
Yeah.
And the winner ended up being somebody who, he calls it S tier like anyway, so good for him.
Yeah, and I believe that winner is also somebody that you've pointed attention towards a few times in our conversations, because they seem to be somebody that either a friend or you think you know fairly well of them.
Oh yeah.
So
I figured you might like him. He's a very cool dude.
yeah, I still have to check them out properly, since I've been a little bit back and forth with a lot of things in my own private schemes.
Understandable.
Let's see. I kind of threw off the tempo of the interview a little, so we're going to jump forward into the category that's usually preserved for after the free space, with some of the personalized questions as opposed to streaming as a whole. So, just to keep the topic on music for a minute, you did mention that you compose and take commissions, and we've also gotten a demo of a lot of your pieces. What is some of the process that goes into composing a piece, or even just getting the idea that I want to make a custom piece of music?
Okay, so for a client, they fill out a form. Actually, no, they don't. I don't have that yet. They go by guideline and tell me what they want. I believe it is how long do you want the piece? What tier do you want? Because there's different tiers of music, and each tier comes with a set number of instruments. So what tier do you want? Do you want any add-ons, pipe organs, vocalists, live musicians, etc.? Then they tell me what kind of feel they want, how long the piece they want, whether or not they want it to loop, which isn't that difficult to do. And then based on that, I go through my process. The ones that are the best are the ones that give some description, but aren't like so descriptive that it's down to the T. Those are
The
the
ones
fun
that
ones.
aren't restrictive, but they have a clear idea.
Yeah. Like this
Yeah.
one lovely lady had this idea of, I'd like a tropical piece of music that reminds me of a bonfire. I'm like, I can work with that. And I did.
Yeah, that's a very clear mental image. Getting the sound to actually match that image, though, it sounds like there's a whole lot of work going on, just to my
there-
untrained mind.
There is. My newest client, actually I had to go through a couple of revisions, which is fine. But with them, he said he wanted a piece that reminded him of a lounge, be playful but soft, and sometimes there are things we just can't do. There are polar opposites. I want it loud but soft. I'm sorry, pick one. I want it. I want. I'm,
Be
that's
fast, but slowly.
actually.
Oh, actually.
That is kind of possible. It is possible to have a slow tempo, but have it feel fast instead of like a 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. So you can kind of
Huh.
do that. Excuse me, what are you doing?
That sounds like it would take a minute for my brain to try to wrap around.
I'm so sorry. Give me that Arcanist book.
Oh.
No, we do not use
Well,
Arcanist books in that.
Sounds like things are getting quite eventful over there, huh, Hamu?
Give me that. Give me that book.
Yeah, discipline
The book.
for the mini boss.
You know, Mini Boss sounds like they got a lot of sway over the household part of the dungeon, huh?
He is also what the humans would call, how do you say, pet? So
Pet. That makes some fair bit of sense then.
it wouldn't be so difficult if he didn't be like, "Rrr, rrr," and then wag his big tail. I'm just like, why do you have to be so cute?
The things you put up with because you want them around, huh?
He's like, this is mine now. I'm like, no, stop. Yeah.
Yeah, as a former pet, I can confirm that pets can be real jerks.
Yeah, it was fortunate that you got that smoothie and were able to escape the situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because regular old hamster times and... Well, I was about to say, like, a lot of your hamsterkin really didn't have a good time, but that was kind of your fault and hamster's fault, wasn't it, with the livers and the eating?
It was the owner's fault, but you know.
Okay, the owner's fault, huh? Well, we'll set that aside for just a moment.
I wouldn't say he's so much of a jerk. It's he knows what he can get away with it, and he pushes my buttons. It's when a pet tries to be cute to cute their way out of things, and I'm like, why do you have to do that?
I see. So
Like-
they think they know what they can get away with.
Oh no, he knows what he can
They
get away
know
with.
what they...
He grabs my claw with his mouth, but it doesn't hurt though. It's like biting, but not really. If that makes sense. And then he growls and he's like, "Rrr, rrr," and I'm like, why do you be so cute? No, damn it. Yeah.
Understandable. Let's see. I believe before old mini boss there was popping up, we were on the topic of, well, fast but slow, and also the work that actually goes in once
yes,
you've got the ideation.
So I have to, depends on if I'm streaming or not, but the process is pretty much the same. Open a document, you load in instruments I think the client might want, or if they specified, even better. Some clients are like, I want this, 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 and this. And I'm like, cool, I can work with that. Unless it's something absolutely out there, like, I want a sitar and this obnoxiously loud electronica stuff. I'm like, I can do that for you, but you may not like it. And like, I want it anyway. okay. So I do the thing for them.
Yeah,
I
if
show it
the
to them,
client asks for something weird and they don't like the results because it's weird, that's on them.
and they're like, "I don't like this. Change it. This sounds awful." I'm like, "Well, I told you it wasn't gonna work." So yeah, they are allowed one free revision, as of yet. But and then I have to compose a melody in my head. I have to constantly run through my mind. How's this gonna sound? How's this gonna sound? And then that's where my flute comes in. I'll play the melody. I'll play a melody, and I'm like, do I like the way that sounds? Yes, I do. And then I'll go off of that. Different composers work it in different ways. Some of them make the melody start to finish and then put the rest of the song around it. I kind of like, what sounds good?
What sounds good, build it up from around there, and
Mhm.
eventually get to the conclusion.
Yes.
That sounds like okay.
Mhm.
Definitely, I know for a lot of plans that I wind up getting involved with, and this isn't quite tied into music, but creative, projects. So
Mhm.
often I try to be like, this is the entire floor plan, and then I lose myself in trying to build the walls in each individual bit because it is a process.
I can imagine. Mhm.
And so having a method that absolutely works for you and has clearly made quite a few pieces through that method with what you've done is
Yeah.
definitely impressive.
Mhm. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And let's see. The next question I jotted down on the topic of music in particular, and this one's one that I'm not really sure if there's a way to ask it or answer it properly, but do you think you could give a ballpark idea of what the extent of your musical experience or skill is? Like,
Yeah. Sure.
ballparks of what you can and can't do, or something like that.
Ballparks of my experience in how long I've been doing this, or
How long you've been doing it, what genres, instruments, or
oh yeah,
styles you prefer, something like that?
of course. So I've been composing music off and on since, jeez, I'm about to give my age here. Since 2005, I want to say. So a very, very long time.
Decent amount of time to be working on something, more than
Almost
I put
20,
into things.
almost 20 years. I stopped for about 3, 4 years. So from 2005, 2010, and then again from 2014 onwards. Yeah. So I can't do the exact math. I'm sorry, but the kind of music I do is usually stuff for games and for commercials and for productions or animations or things like that. So soundtrack type of stuff, symphonic stuff, jazz stuff is always nice. The so-called RPG type music is great. And excuse me, that is not food.
Yeah, RPGs definitely have a usual mood and energy that goes with them in a lot of
Open your
cases.
mouth. I'm so
Even
sorry.
if the genre gets very, very wide with music, huh?
Yeah. Terribly sorry. He's small, but he can transform. Good thing he's not now. But I'm so sorry. Yeah, my preferred genres. Yeah, usually symphonic and of course tropical music type music. As stereotypical as it may sound. Mhm. Lots of steel pans and things like that are fun to work with too.
I've only heard a few particular examples in my past before starting anything like that of more tropical sounding things, and
Hmm.
they're definitely fun. They're just a lot rarer for me personally when I'm going around music circles.
Understandable. A lot of people don't expect to hear very tropical music when they hear my stream stuff. But yeah, I got a fun fact for you, if I may.
Oh,
For all of you out there, for any of you who have watched my streams, hear the "Be Right Back" music. That was one of the very first things I ever composed. Okay, the melody was one of the first things I ever composed.
it's gone through some iteration work, I take it then.
Yes, and a fun fact. Oh, I don't know why I keep saying fun fact. It's probably not fun, but an amusing fact maybe is I composed that. You ready for this? At Christmas time.
So,
Uh, because I was cold, I was tired. At the time, I was lonely, and I just thought, man, I wish I could just get away to an island, right, where it's perfect. You know, looking at the clear blue skies and the white sandy beach and the waters and boom, it just came to me.
Fair enough, fair enough. Does this fall under the technically a Christmas song type of branch, like Die Hard's technically a Christmas movie?
No.
No.
That would be awful. Oh no. Oh no.
No.
I would hope not. No. I love Christmas. Don't get me wrong. I do. Anybody who doesn't, that's on you. But no judgy from me. But but I ask the same from you. But I myself, yeah, at that time I wasn't having a very Merry Christmas. I remember this coming to me, and it made me feel so much better. It reminded me of home.
Understandable. So, for you, it's definitely a lot more of an escape than it is, tied to that. Sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that visceral a reaction, though, from the spitballed idea.
That's like asking if cereal is actually soup. It's like, do we really want to go down this rabbit hole?
I feel like I'd fall on the, if you argue stew, you may have a chance.
Stew, okay, fair.
Because, chunky, right?
True, but it's not meaty. Then again,
It's not
stew doesn't have to be. Well,
Yeah,
actually,
there's a whole lot of semantics we could get into with this song.
cereal is cereal, end of story. But no, hear me out. It's
Okay.
breakfast stew, Laurie. End of story.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Breakfast stew? Definitely.
Why
I'll
not?
roll with it.
I don't know. I mean, but yeah, that was just an example. Yeah.
Oh, I understand, jarring examples sometimes. And one that is weirdly divisive that I'm just sitting here like, why is it so divisive? Pineapple on pizza?
I personally like it a lot.
Right?
If some people don't, you're allowed to not like it, but you're not allowed to judge the people because they do. And if you do, then you will face my wrath.
I like it. Especially
Well-
with cream cheese.
Cream cheese.
I have never tried it. I'm not a big fan of cream cheese, but if you like it, then nice. But I can't
I
say.
am, but I haven't tried it. It sounds like it'd be curious, though.
I have to say, I wish I liked cream cheese. It looks good when people eat it with the strawberries. It looks really nice, but the moment it touches my tongue, my whole body just I can't.
Understandable.
Automod in chat caught cowards apparently as a message that is strong enough to stop. Automod is really weird sometimes. But the message that got caught, pineapple on pizza is good. People who don't like it without trying it are cowards.
I actually have to disagree with that.
Hmm.
People are allowed to not like something, and they're even allowed to not want to try something. That's completely up to them. Really, if we judge them for not wanting to like something, it makes us no better than the people who are like,
Ew, you like pineapple on pizza? You're gross.
And I feel like the obvious exception that needs to be brought up too is allergies.
oh yeah, that too, of course.
Yeah, like if you're obviously allergic to something, you don't need to pick up and try a peanut butter sandwich to know that
right.
I will not like the fact that I'm dying from a peanut butter sandwich, right?
Yeah. Actually, did you know some people can be allergic to pineapple? I was
It's
shocked.
not surprising topically, but
Yeah.
yeah. I think I have a relative who's allergic to most fruit. Like, it will actually tingle their entire mouth for hours after eating any fruit.
That's so
I hear if you cook it, sometimes that actually makes it okay for them to eat. Because there's an enzyme they're actually allergic to. It's very interesting. I don't know what kind of fruit allergy that is, though.
Being
Yeah,
allergic to
I
fruit,
don't know the specifics, but
I couldn't survive.
no.
I would perish.
Yeah. So there's definitely a whole spectrum, although I think as far as having medical conditions relating to food, there's one group that seems to be the most stubborn about ignoring it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, lactose intolerance, but they will insist on cheese.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean-
I was about to say that.
As somebody who doesn't like a lot of cheese, even I have my favorites.
All right, it was certainly understandable, but I hear that excitement for the question that just popped up then?
Well, that
Or-
too. But I have a story for
Oh,
you.
you have a story.
about,
Okay.
about somebody with food allergies. So you may have heard about someone similar to this in a meme, as I call it. But my little nephew went to school with somebody who was deathly allergic to peanuts. But he wanted to try, how do you call it, the peanut butter cup?
Oh.
So he's like, give me the damn thing. Shoves it in his mouth, grabs his epinephrine, jams it inside of him, and he goes, okay, call the ambulance. And just takes a bite. Ow.
I
He's like, now I know what it tastes like.
you know, even that just will not stop some people. Understandable, but oh no.
Of course he got lectured by it, but
That sounds like, not only they got the story to tell, but everybody who knew them, like you, got the story to tell as well, because, hey.
yeah,
that is-
my nephew was like, Uncle Koji, look what happened to me today, and oh man, this is good. Sorry. Side note: for those of you inside his chat, I'm actually a very huge chocolate fiend. That's why I may have been eyeing this table this whole time. But right, yeah, people are crazy. So to answer your question, Nari, I'm not a fan of cream cheese by itself, but if it's in something, yeah, I'll eat it. Cheesecake, absolutely. Cheese pastries, maybe not so much. But
And for context, anybody who winds up watching this after the fact on YouTube, the question was, may I ask if you like cream cheese and pastries?
oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes, of course.
Because while the chat is nice and on this side, it's understood by anybody who's watching and following along. Sometimes the VODs lose it, and gotta make sure the context is there is all.
Of course, of course. But yeah, they asked if I like cream cheese in pastry. Sometimes, if it's in something like cheesecake, yeah. I even make cheesecake myself.
I know I'll eat cream cheese with pretty much anything, I just haven't, had the cream cheese in anything to experiment with, all things being considered.
I wish I liked it like that. I mean, it looks so good. And then it touches my tongue, and I'm just like,
Understandable. I think there was probably a few things like that with me, but the moment that, it touched the tongue and I went, I stopped looking so good to me.
Yeah.
Because you suddenly know what to expect, right? Let's see. Just to glance back at the process along, I think this has already been covered in relatively well detail with the other questions pertaining to music. But I want to get a little bit more specific into the commission process. So I believe there's a few points you mentioned, like they bring a few details, potentially instruments, and as well, tentatively currently one revision free. Is there anything about the commission process, either the steps the commissioner walks through, or the steps that you walk through, communication and otherwise, that you would like to talk about right now?
Yes. So when they request the music, I give them the musical equivalent of a sketch. This is what it kind of basically sounds like. This is what may go through, and they'll tell me, I like this, keep going, or I don't like this, change it up. And I'm like, okay. Then usually the song will be finished in usually a week's time. And then I tell them this is a rough cut of what it's going to sound like. And yes, thank you for making a bed right next to me. I really appreciate that.
They just really want to demonstrate their own musical ability too, right?
Oh yes. I love the fact that he has the collar for dogs all around his neck, because now I can hear where he is. But sorry about that. So I give it to them, and they send it back. By the way, excuse me, I don't take money until the end of the process. My preference, but and I'll explain why in a bit.
Okay.
For those of you who are about to jump and scream at your monitors, but
I know a lot of the times I'm like, I want to pay early just to get it out of the way or whatnot, but
yeah.
to each their own reasons.
I will explain the reason for my madness soon. I promise. But are you finished? I'm sorry.
Never finished though.
So I send them, assuming they like it, I move on, and I finalized the mix, if you will, and then I go into what's called mixing and mastering, which would be the equivalent of, all right, the artist is going to now start shading the picture. It's kind of the musical equivalent, if that makes sense. So that means
Yeah.
I can't modify the song anymore. It's done. I start the mixing and the mastering, which is like making sure everything sounds perfect, moving this, etc., etc. That process alone can take days. Days. After that's done, I send them the final preview of what it's going to sound like with a little audio watermark that says DLC Studios, kind of like the whole pond5.com thing, you know.
Yeah. Just
So if they,
something that if they get ahead of themselves, they can't, walk off with it.
yeah, in case they try to steal it, you can't exactly noise gate that out of your music. It's gonna sound like crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it is of a lower quality, but I'm like, yeah, it is. And that's when I request payment, and then they usually all but one delivered, and then I send them the ultra high quality version with the respective versions if there are any differences. Because this one requested a version with no melody, which is fine, because the performance tracks are a thing, and sometimes it's cool to have music that's kind of just a background thing. And what's funny about that is these are technically BGMs, but a lot of the clients want something very busy that usually would stand out on its own. But alas, their request, not mine.
Yeah. Is people ask for things they may not fully understand what they're asking for, though. I certainly know that.
Right.
As someone who's commissioned a bunch of stuff, there have been some times where an artist has, paused and went, I don't think this idea really works for as much as you want. You want to pick this other option that works better?
Yeah.
Because the artist knows what they're talking about, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
They're the one drawing it or composing it.
And this one person wanted something very bombastic as a BGM. And I told him, are you sure you want this? And for those of you wondering what that means, it's very loud and in your face and sort of, I'm here kind of thing,
High energy, you cannot ignore this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you get, dum-dum. Sorry. My dog just grabbed a thing and he tripped. I'm like, of course you would.
I feel like my brain just goes to, tripwire trap next to something that looks like treasure in the dungeon at some point, just inspired off that, but
Oh, genius.
just a stray idea that comes to mind with the small interactions, right?
Yes, indeed.
Let's see. I believe you were talking about bombastic music as a background piece, that one?
Oh, sorry.
Well, that was definitely the neck.
I just needed a... But yeah, so they wanted something more basic, and I'm like, if you want this as a BGM, it might be a bit too much, because usually a lot of my clients are streamers, and they want something they can talk over, possibly game over, maybe have just chatting segments over, blah, blah, blah. And I showed them, I'm like, I can do this for you, but you're not going to like it. So I went ahead and made an alternate version behind the back. And they were like, I like this version much better. And I'm like, to their face, I'm like, oh, wow, I'm so glad. But behind the back, I'm like, see, I told you so.
See, when the composer mentions something, it's worth considering a lot more than just, yeah, but...
Right.
If they're saying something, obviously you have a reason for it.
Exactly.
Because just a lot of the time, that is something that a lot of people, there's horror stories about commissioners who don't respect certain aspects or whatnot. Have you run into any of those attempting to sneak into your commissions?
Yes.
Yes, oh lordy.
There is one client that, to this day, me and my close friends call, and I quote, client from hell.
Oh no.
So, when I was first starting out, and it is no secret that, especially in certain creative endeavors, you do have to start out doing things for free. You can't very well just waltz into a place and say, pay me money for this thing that I'm new at, With artists, it's a bit different because you've obviously practiced at your craft and you have the work to show for it. But for example, for voice actors, you can't very well just audition for yourself, and and so we do a lot of free work, which is fine. And same with composers, we do a lot of free work, and so I did a lot of work for this one client. In value in today's prices, with what I charge, probably about $3,000 US worth of music.
Excuse me, just number again?
About $2,000 to $3,000 US worth of music. I composed for him about 20-ish songs. Granted, they weren't very good, to be fair, but at the time it was all of my knowledge. I'm sorry, but you're not the game. I can't take this. So
That's a lot. Oh, no.
yeah, and that's fine. And that would have been fine if what the bombshell I'm about to drop, for legal reasons, that's just a figure of speech, wasn't true. So here we go. Buckle up.
Yeah.
So I composed the music, and he's like, "Yeah, this is good, cool. Thanks. I'm gonna use it in my game." And I'm like, "Cool." The game draft comes out. Do I see my name? Nope. Do I see my company name? Nope. I say,
Oh.
what's going on? And he goes, "Oh, nothing. This is the music in my game." And I said, "Yes, of course. Don't forget to credit your artists." He didn't. So some time goes by, and I post some of the music that I put in this game in my socials, and then I get this as a cease and desist. He goes, "Excuse me, you're using my music without permission. Please don't do that." And I said, "I'm sorry, what?" He goes, "That's my music." And I said, "No, that's not how this works. When a composer makes music for you, fun fact, chat, even though you pay for it, you still don't own the copyrights to it. That belongs to the composer. It's kind of like when an artist does work for you, they own the artwork that you did, even though it's your character. So if you wanted to use it for commercial reasons, you had to pay an extra fee. Same thing with music. If you want to use it for commercial reasons or have it licensed so that you own the rights to the music, you have to pay an extra fee. It's a bit muddy. At the time, I didn't know all that. I was just like, "Well, I made it for you, so I own it." And he goes, "No, I own it."
Oh, yes, the uninformed on both sides know me argument part.
Yeah. So, but fortunately the law was on my side. But he said a lot of things I cannot tell you on stream.
Oh, no.
What I can tell you is he sent, we'll just say, threats.
Really?
Yes. And so he tried to tell people not to work with me because and then the thing was, on the side, we were becoming kind of sort of, closer. I won't go too into detail, but he revealed a bit too much about my personal life that I revealed. Yeah. Excuse me. And and about his own personal life, and I said, "Look, But to get back on track, so he tried to drag my name through the mud and said, "This dude is not a good person. He steals music, and he doesn't, blah, blah, blah. Do not work with him. He's a horrible person," in public several times. And my friends at the time were like, "Don't say anything." And I'm like, "But is it joking?" And they're like, "Don't say anything." And I'm like, But in reality, don't say anything is one of the best things you can do. If somebody's defaming you falsely and saying, "He did this to me, she did this to me, they did this to me," and it's not true, the best thing you can do is just be quiet about it. Don't say anything. Sure, you can it'll bother you, it'll feel awful. He ended up ruining himself. As far as I know, to this day, the game does not exist anymore. That is the claim from him. And I have another story. Not quite. Actually, this is probably even more egregious. If you can believe that.
I feel like I have a hard time believing there can be more egregious than that, but I'm not going to be too skeptical because it sounds like you're geared up for another story, huh?
Yeah, no threats involved this time, but
Oh, that's good at
uh,
least. Ugh.
so I'm so you back from more, are you? Okay, I'm so sorry. Give me a second. Here, why don't you take this bone? Okay, go on. Take this bone.
Just
This is a shin.
client
There you
from
go.
hell.
Take
And
that
doesn't
away.
even get to you know.
Go play.
Credit your artist, people.
Good point.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Especially if you're the artist yourself. Credit
Hmm.
yourself. People need to know
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you are an artist, please, for heaven's sakes, put your name on your piece. I there are so many people I know who do art. Nowhere do they put their own name, and I'm like, come on, smack.
Yeah,
No, bad.
that's the thing I need to try to get into the habit of too, just a little signature somewhere because I just I keep
Yeah.
forgetting to.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that was the end of my thought.
I was just gonna say I've had a few people not credit me for my rigs before.
Oh.
That's not okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I can't sign my rigs unfortunately, but you know.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Oh, you first.
I'm so sorry. We can, in a way, sign our music. Sort of. There is one. There's a series of notes that go into almost every single song that I make. It's in hiddenness somewhere, but also in what's called the metadata, where if you were to right
Oh.
click and be like properties and go about, yeah, by DLC Studios, copyright, da 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 da.
Mm-hmm. Metadata is certainly a nice place to hide information. I know on my end, I've worked with a few artists that absolutely amazing artists and have, taken some time and thrown gifts at me when I was not expecting it for big occasions. That I have to just sit down sometimes and go, but please, just could you make me a signed version too? Just because I would like a signed version. So signing the work is, even if it's not something you're thinking of, it is important for both the practical reasons and also just sometimes people can actually be your fan and want to look for that signature and be like, look at that.
Right. So here's another client that my friends nicknamed Guitar Hero. He's actually really good at playing instruments himself, and is a composer himself. Why he
Okay.
hired me to do music for him, only the stars know. But I digress. So I did about, again, $1,800 US, and I did get paid for it, to be fair.
Okay.
He did pay me for it, but here's where things get a bit sticky. If you're going to sign a contract, you guys, for those of you artists out there, read the thing first, please.
Yes.
I knew what I was getting myself into. I did. And I didn't think it was going to be as terrible as it was. I kind of figured, okay, so the contract stated that whatever I made would belong to them legally. And if you sign it, then you have no excuse. And I read it, and I didn't think there'd be much to it. So I said, yeah. Because at the time, we desperately needed funds. The hoard was almost down to zero. Our last few gold coins in the hoard. So,
yeah.
it was an answer to prayer at the time. But the problem was, because I signed a contract and made the music, I could not even put it in my demo. I could not even put it on social media. So now I have literally 23 tracks of music that I'm sitting on that I cannot do anything with. And the worst part, and this is what makes it worse than the client from hell, the game went under.
Oh no.
The project just went kaput. So I can't even be like, yeah, check this game out. Nothing.
That is a lot of work and not much to show for it then, huh?
Yeah. So what I've been doing, and technically, morally, this might be questionable, but legally, it is legal, is I've been making new tracks that sound very suspiciously similar to one of those tracks.
Understandable and
Oh, what's that?
yeah, it does look like we have a raid incoming. I was gonna try to address it in chat while letting you carry on with the story, but hello, Dooney. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders, to a Big Squeak Inc. interview. We are not having any alerts, but do make sure to check out Kojiro there through the link, and feel free to check out Hamu as well, who is our co-host. Normally, this is the part where you get a little bit of a sing-song from me, but we are in an interview, and I try to keep things running through, so...
Wait, you sing? Yo!
Occasionally. It's not the best, but it's just, random words that come to the head with the raid song that usually plays.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
And, Dooney is already familiar with Kojiro. They are very fond of Sexy Dragon Man.
Well, thank you very much.
There you go. Well, welcome, Raiders, and I believe we were reaching the end of my music-related questions. Was that the end of your stories about not-so-great clients as well, we'll say?
Yeah.
Yeah?
To be fair, the last one was totally legal, but
It still sucks that your work is just not able to exist, basically, anymore. Huh?
And I don't really hold anything against them. They excuse me. They did what they were obligated to do. I did what I was obligated to do, but it just sucks.
Yeah, it sounds awful all around, but sometimes things just don't pan out, unfortunately, huh?
Only one other example, if I may.
Oh, well, carry on. After this example, I will pivot us over to the open floors. So, if you've been holding on to any questions, try to bring them back up to mind during the story.
I'm sorry. It's very short. Well, one client ended up not paying. They ended up trying to walk away with the music. But again, mind you, the audio watermark.
Yep.
So I'm like, you didn't pay me. It's been X amount of time. I'm going to close this, and this music is now mine. About 6 months later, they were like, that's my music. I'm like, no, it's not. You didn't pay me. This is now mine. And that was it. They tried to come after me. He stole my music. I'm like, no, I did not.
And it really does make it cut and dry, especially with the, audio watermark right up as well, where, listen, he stole this. Welcome to exactly his brand. Remember, this is his music, just in the ears. Like,
yeah.
Case in point for signing your work, huh?
And what's funny is he hilariously tried to noise removal the audio watermark.
Oh.
Much to everyone's shock, the music sounded like absolute garbage.
Wow. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? His fighting voice to shame. Whoa. Really?
That just 3 stories of clients that just various reasons and whatnot.
Terribly sorry for going so off topic, so that.
Oh no, it's totally fine. After all, this was I did bring up the commissions and the stories as well.
They were glorious.
Aw, that makes me happy.
And I believe going off topic is literally the next topic. The next space is open floor. So, Koji, if you have any thoughts, stories, or questions you'd like to ask, feel free. Hamu, same to you, and as well to anybody in the audience. If there is a question you've been dying to ask, or just a stray thought you really want to get Koji's opinion on, feel free to voice it, and we will try to get to it at various points.
I do. I have a question.
Hamu.
What is your favorite dragon-based pastime?
Oh.
Dragon-based pastime? Could you illuminate for me, please?
Like, what do you do when you're just bored hanging around in your dungeon?
Like something specific to dragons, not like,
I mean, it doesn't have to be. It could just be like, what do you get up to? If you're a dragon, it's dragon based then.
Okay. Well, fun fact, I gotta stop saying that. It's a bad habit of mine. Human phrases, am I right? I do breathe fire, so sometimes if I'm absolutely bored to tears, I'll concentrate my flame breath and see what I can hit with it. Inanimate objects, obviously.
Oh.
I'm like, hey, can I hit that stalactite? Can I hit that stalagmite? Can I hit that that hero's corpse there? Whatever it is, you know? Or,
I feel like one of those is only inanimate because some other story took place.
yeah. I see some questions in chat. But also, This is exciting. Okay. Also, somebody mentioned playing cards. Was it you, Sato, or was it
Yeah, I
you?
did just bring it up in
Oh,
passing.
playing cards too, yes. And this only applies because the word dragon is in it. But there's a garden outside that has dragonflies in it, and dragonflies are some of my favorite insects. So I go out and look at the dragonflies. Not to mention, this one kind of is a no-brainer. Playing video games.
You know, there's something about that for a lot of us, huh?
The playing the games.
Yeah, playing video games. A lot of us seem to be doing that on the internet for some reason.
I'm actually very new at it. I haven't been doing this for very long at all. I would say maybe since last year at most.
Oh,
So, yeah, the first game I ever bought on the computer was Minecraft. Not ashamed. Followed by
Ooh,
No Man's
solid
Sky.
choice.
Hmm. I met many of my
okay.
best friends through Minecraft, actually.
Just a little bit of a follow-up question before I open it back up. As far as games go, and you're relatively new, like you said, is there any genres you got strong preferences for or against so far?
Yes. I love RPGs, platformers, the so-called indie games. Those can be cute. Obviously, sandboxy games like Minecraft. Yeah. As for games I just detest, shooty pew pew games because I'm not very good at them. Also, yeah, because also the noises hurt my ears very, very badly.
Understandable.
Wow, we have similar tastes for similar reasons.
Nice.
I am very much shooty pew pew myself, although the whole PvP aspects you could just leave behind for me.
Although having said that, there are some games I would have to absolutely play and do want to try playing. I would just turn the noise down. I do want to try my hand at the Valorant. I do want to try my hand at yeah, I've heard lots of cool things about the Valorant.
I've heard cool things too at the same time, and that is exactly the PvP for me. That is like, oh, I have to deal with people, my least favorite part of the game.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just play Apex and either go solo or with my friends.
I do also want to try the Apex eventually. I have a couple of friends, well, quote unquote friends, not really, tried to gatekeep me. They were like,
Wow.
"Don't play the game; it's awful." And I'm like, well, why don't you let me decide for myself? And then again, the same thing happened in November, though. That wasn't so much gatekeeping as it was them saying, this game makes good people very, very bad, very, very not great. You probably want to stay clear of it. So they were saying the same thing, but they were at least being nice about it.
I'm just gonna take a shot on that because there's a lot of games like that, but I'm just gonna throw out my opinion of what is League of Legends. That's one
Oh
of
yeah,
those.
That's what I was thinking.
I
Yeah.
I do eventually want to try that myself, and
So
also the Smite as well.
I'm gonna, throw it out there. Yes, extremely toxic community. Also, though, Riot Games is working on an MMO, which might be hopefully less toxic competitive environment for the overall, and might
Right.
retain a lot of the gameplay standards. So
That's fair.
maybe I have hope for the MMO myself.
And my stance on that is toxic or not. Like, if you yourself are watching this VOD or video and can hear my voice, it costs you nothing to be kind. So if you see somebody who's not so good at the game, be kind to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
What?
someone is me. Be nice to me.
Yeah, exactly. And me too. Like, I had a now ex-friend who tried to get me into MOBAs. A little bit of a side story. And I wanted to play them, to be fair. I wanted to learn the MOBA. I wanted to learn the MMO. And he kept getting more and more progressively angry, unsettled, knowing fully well that I was brand new, knowing fully well that I wasn't any good at what I was doing. I was clueless. He kept getting more and more agitated, more and more pushed out of shape until he eventually devolved into screaming, yelling, swearing, cursing in human tongues I've never heard of. And getting in my face. And I wasn't nearly as strong then as I am now in all the ways. So I said, you know what? I'm okay. I'm not gonna touch games for a while. it had been 10 years.
Hey.
Aw.
So, yeah, I eventually got into Final Fantasy 14, the MMO.
No way.
Last year, had a really bad experience into, but came back this year, haven't left. It's wonderful. I love it.
Oh, I play it constantly.
I've
Mhm.
tried it. The gameplay loop, I cannot.
What?
I've never gotten past like level maybe 30 on the one character I wanted to play.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, maybe Black Mage is just simple. And then I made the mistake of going, let's try to level up Rogue. And no, I gotta level up a different job now. That's... So...
Yeah, it depends on what you do, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I am obsessed with it. I'm actually at the diadem right now, so
Nice.
I'm also
I know-
just not the very social one, so the whole MMO part of the multiplayer,
Mhm. I love playing with friends. I'm also getting into the so-called social games too, like the whole VR chat thing.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've seen you on that a few times, and I know we have some plans relating to that, which Hamu, also, if you're free this weekend, Hamu, we may drag you into that too.
Yay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Hopefully I'll have all my stuff fixed too.
Hopefully. I know it's been a mess of tech issues and this, that, or the other distraction for a lot of people, so...
Mhm. And I noticed your chat is firing off questions for me too. I'm sorry to ignore you, how do's chat, but if I may...
Yeah,
also
we'll get to the chat questions in just a moment. I want to let this tangent ride.
I'm so sorry.
I do let them build up a little bit and let the conversation flow. So if we do want to address them now, though...
I'm so sorry. Yes, of course, the tangent. But, yeah. But yeah, the MMOs, the what else? As far as games I hate, rage content.
Oh, yeah. The getting over it, the I want to be the guy, those types of games.
Yes.
Understandable. Angry is not a fun state to be.
Mm-mm. And in my personal opinion, why would I play something that is designed to make me feel bad about myself?
Yeah, I do enough of that on a daily basis anyways.
Oh,
Hey.
there, sorry.
You're great, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
You deserve all the love, buddy.
I appreciate the ego boosting.
Also, the toilet paper you order is very soft. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
How many shipments did you order in the first place, and how many are you still redirecting?
I choose not to answer this question until my lawyer arrives.
Do we have enough that if Koji needs to, use the break room, it's always going to be fine?
Yeah. I put one in there.
Would that explain the random package that arrived at my house the other day?
Oh. So she got your address too off the interview details, huh? We didn't even put that on the details, huh, Moo?
I need to put it in a safe place. You know where I live.
Oh, I see. I honestly didn't even pay attention. I didn't see a thing. I just saw, ooh, free toiletries, cool. And that's it.
Well, I suppose that's got to be on the pleasant end of random encounters from the dungeon, huh?
Actually, yeah. There are lots of... again, it's a bit of a symbiosis. People, there's a... It is fun to get the, how do you call them? The dash store people who bring you food. It's always fun to tell them, yeah, turn right at the deadly dungeon. They're like, what?
Jeez. Even better if you got, some sort of crystal ball spine out on that so you could see the reaction self, huh?
Well, not entirely crystal ball, but another fun fact: a lot of dungeons have surveillance.
So
just actually cameras?
Just a ring doorbell on the front of the
Your
dungeon.
average dungeon is often built like your good theme park attraction. A lot of times, there are certain ways you're supposed to face, and if you look behind you, which nobody ever does, you'll see the lights, you'll see a camera, you'll see speakers.
For anybody who's ever wondered how the dungeon boss can always get that monologue off when you're exactly 3 floors away.
Now you know.
Alright, and now we got a little bit of a lull. So, the chat questions that have been sitting for a moment from June the Kitty. What is the weirdest thing you've had to voice?
I know a couple of things. Oh boy. Okay. So, for safety reasons, I will not be mentioning the name or what exactly it is, but I voiced in a children's animation, and it was a character who was perpetually inebriated in a children's animation.
Huh.
And his voice was way up here, and he had this very strange accent from England or something. And when he talked, he kind of had a bit of a stupid to his voice.
And that was one of the weirdest things I ever had to voice.
And he kind of did this every so often.
The extremely stereotypical Irishman, huh? Something like
yeah. Think of English Manchester accent.
The English Manchester accent, and then Sundays and Mondays are closed.
But yeah, it was crazy. That's probably one of the weirdest things I've ever had to voice.
that sounds like it. That's just... Again, you see a lot of characters that are weirdly drunk or otherwise clearly under influence of something or other in children's shows. And it's like, is the example supposed to be don't be like that guy? Because all you're saying is this is a thing that can happen.
Yep. Did you know that in a lot of children's content they put in very adult jokes? Because usually if there's children watching, then their parents have to watch it too, so it's for the parents.
So anytime the character makes a sly remark and, maybe winks at the camera and then goes back to slapstick, that's for the parents there.
Yeah, exactly. I can give you an if I may. There's a children's show. I didn't voice this, but somebody was like, I need fingerprints, right? And a girl comes back.
That's exactly the one I was thinking of too.
Brings prints. No, fingerprints. And she's like, I don't think so.
I think that one was, the Animaniacs with Dot? Yeah.
Yes.
That one was... that is such a good example of that, though.
That show had lots of inappropriate jokes.
Right?
Looking back.
In the one that I voiced, I think my character, one of the characters is like, oh no, how am I going to fit inside? And I think mine was like, my character had to say,
what you do behind closed doors is your business.
Oh my god.
No. That's great. Huh?
Yeah.
Jeez. Just being the drunkard who makes those types of comments as far as the character goes. Oh no.
So I borrowed that from the character. Oftentimes, as a joke, I'll be like, what you do behind closed doors is your business, please.
Well, at least you got something good from that aside from, the work. Huh?
Yeah.
Let's see. Looks like we have another question that has been sitting there for a while from Pretty Night Lori. Koji, any favorite trinkets to add to your hoard?
Ones that I already have, or ones that I want? Or both?
Let's go with both unless they specify in chat
Right.
afterwards.
Ones that I have been added recently is a Arcanist's book. Yeah. A thaumaturge is a thingy thing, whatever they're called. Looks kind of like a sword, but not really. Excuse me. It's all right. Dragons tend to have lots of gas, I noticed. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Let's see what else. I told you about the fighter jet model. There's somebody's broken sword. I'm trying to think off memory here. Let me see. A recipe book. That's actually useful. I found a really, I see hydrate.
You do see hydrate. Thank you, Rainbow.
I shall in solidarity.
Me as well.
There you go, Rainbow, a 3 for 1. Ooh,
Nice.
water is good.
Very. Let me see. The recipe book has a really great recipe for meatloaf, but I digress. Let me see. A walking stick. I got all the cuties. There you go. What else? Ooh, a beast skull. Let me see. Actually, I have a photo with me that I keep on hand. So if you would pardon me
Ooh.
for a sec, let me just pull that up really fast. Where did I put it? It's got to be here somewhere. And it's, pardon me, this won't take very long, I promise. Give me a few seconds.
It just takes a moment to get it through and then get it back up on the screen. Huh?
It's here it is. Okay. It is okay. So I keep them all on a pile. Right. So I have a sun medallion, a fossilized potato. Don't ask. It's a long story. A bell. The antenna from an artificial intelligence android.
Oh.
It's very, very green and shiny, and it sometimes glows and it hums this really weird frequency. I wouldn't know anything about it. Also, I mentioned the sword. A bottle of water for some reason. I don't know why, but it glows. That's the cool thing about it.
Ooh.
Glowing
Yeah.
water?
Sip?
Yeah. It doesn't glow the same color as the cabin water, so yeah. Those are some of my favorite trinkets that are a bit odd. Oh, and you see this earring?
Oh, yeah.
That's one of them.
Ooh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Sanis with the raid too. Thank you, Sanis. And all your raiders, we are currently in an interview, so unfortunately I will not be singing along, but do make sure to go check out Kojiro and Hamu, the two wonderful people we have on today. Koji as the guest and Hamu as our co-host.
I appreciate
Hopefully
that.
all is going fine over there. And yes,
I know you're on a tangent, but I have questions for you guys that I'm saving in my back burner.
hey, let me double check to see if any chat questions are still sitting around. I saw we had a question regarding your stream and links, which we resolved with the command. Or if you're on YouTube, you can check the description because in the future and future-proofing the VOD. But I believe,
That's awesome.
well, are there any types of trinkets you'd like to see in the future with regards to adding it to your horde? That is the only bit of the tangent left before back to open floor.
I could use a nice necklace. That'd be badass. Maybe some things to enchant my setup with? That'd be nice. As it is, my setup is made from, old parts and monster bits and, metal bits here and there. And a mage came and enchanted my things with some very powerful magics, and now I have the internet and such. It's great. I love it. But let's see. So, yeah.
Just as a very, very brief aside, I bet that wizard could make a killing with the chip shortage that's been going on all around the place.
You would think so, but unfortunately, that's how did he put it? What did he say? Not a conductor, a media. It's a thing that you use to. I don't know how to describe it, but it's an object. It's like an object. It's an artifact. There you go, right? That he has to work with. Yeah, conducive, kind of, sort of. Yeah.
Okay, so it is definitely a lot more trouble than it just sounds like, huh?
Yeah, so not even a wizard can conjure up a chip, sadly. At least, speaking of chips,
Well,
there's an old fossilized bag of crisps too, for some reason. I wouldn't eat them, obviously, but yeah, I don't look at.
I mean, if you're not gonna eat them,
Really?
maybe.
I mean, the only
I want to say no.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. Rodents will eat pretty much anything, myself included, so just maybe keep an eye on Hamu if she's visiting, huh?
It's fine. It's fine.
Sure, I guess. I mean, it's your stomach, but yeah, I won't say no. Oh,
Jeez.
maybe
Fair enough. Oh,
maybe a nice statue, my cat maybe would be nice. Uh, hmm. Oh, maybe a set of twin swords would be nice. Yeah,
twin swords are very flashy.
I have mine, but mine are basic. They're not fancy.
Fair enough. And I think, I think we're dry on chat questions at the moment, so me controlling the flow of the free floor is done for the second. So I believe Koji, you mentioned questions.
Yeah, you said I got to ask you guys anything, right?
Oh yeah, pretty much complete open topic as far as the obvious respect TOS type of obligatory comment. Open floor.
Of course. So, this is something a friend of mine asks new people, and I'm going to take his words. Saru. And of course, is it Hamu?
Yeah, Hamu.
Okay. I'm very bad with names, so if I forget,
Okay.
please forgive me in advance.
It's
Hamu.
easy to remember. My last name's Suda, so it's Hamusta.
Hamu what?
Hamusta, like hamster in Japanese.
Hamster.
I thought it was
Oh.
funny.
Yes. She is She is hamster.
Gotcha. I'll try my best. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
There's a lot of good ones.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
For an anytime thing, chocolate and caramel, any mix of there goes real good for me. But like any sort of fruit sorbets either, or there's not really bad ice cream in my book. It's hard to narrow down a favorite. I just want a whole bunch of flavors.
Fair. If you could pick one anytime one and then one special one that you would have one
anytime one and a special one. Okay.
We're talking a gajillion calories per spoonful special.
Oh.
Same to you, Hamlet.
I mean, I like Ben and Jerry's ice cream. It's basically or Cold Stone ice cream, but it costs
Cold Stone.
the same as a college education to get some Cold Stone ice cream.
Having gotten a college education, it's only slightly exaggerating.
That's
Yeah.
badass.
I'm just kind of holding for Hamu to specific unless that was...
Oh, sorry. Anything with loads of chocolate, like lots of
Nice.
chocolate, like so much chocolate, dark chocolate, light
Drown
chocolate,
the
whatever.
chocolate.
I don't know.
As a
Not
fellow-
white chocolate, but
As a fellow chocolate junkie, I approve.
Yes.
Although having said that, I actually do enjoy good white chocolate as well.
oh, well, I would give you my white chocolates.
The reason is the butteriness, the vanillainess. Oh, it's so good. If it's good white chocolate, that is.
Yeah, cookies and cream can be pretty nice too.
What about you, Saret?
So, for an all-the-time type of one, I probably want something like mint and chip or one of the fruit ones. Because a fruit sorbet or something, like, I can devour a lot of that and just go. Mint and chip, I can devour a lot of that and go. For the special once in a blue moon type of thing, I'm definitely going to, lean towards that Cold Stone, get a bunch of, extra additives, crushed up chocolate and waffle cone in the works for... I really gotta go with a nice, chocolate caramel mix for this is the if I really need something, that'll be it.
That sounds awesome.
Caramel.
That sounds awesome. For me, my everyday favorites are chocolate, of course, and vanilla, actually.
Oh.
And then, as a special, once in a great while thing, it wasn't so much ice cream, but it was a dessert using ice cream. Chocolate peanut butter sundae. Right.
Those are so good.
Ooh.
The ice cream, it was a gigantic one. It had chocolate, vanilla, and toffee ice cream. And then the sauce was made of chocolate and peanut butter with salted peanuts on top.
Oh my gosh. I love peanut butter too, so that sounds so good.
That sounds good.
I think we're going to get along famously.
Yes.
And as far as just straight thought on the everyday ice creams, ordinary vanilla with any of the instant lemonade or tang powders is just...
What?
Oh.
I just munch on that, Similarly, orange cream type things.
Not me writing this down.
Yeah, I put like a one of those hot chocolate packets in vanilla ice cream once. It was not very good. It was very sad.
The tang and the lemonade mixes tend to be a lot more on the sugary side inherently. So a lot of the time when you're eating it, it's just okay. You go through the big scoop, you get the ice cream, you get the shell of a powder that's kind of like just a candy coating, effectively. With how a lot of drinks in this country are literally 90% sugar, 10% flavor, and 0% water.
That's true. Speaking of, have you tried using powdered Kool-Aid for your ice cream?
Oh,
That's not sweetened.
No, but I do have a bunch, so the next time I have vanilla, I can give you a report on that.
Please do. I'm actually going to do that myself.
Okay.
It's a holiday coming up soon this weekend. So I'm going to go still get some ice cream. I've got fruit punch Kool-Aid, which, by the way, that's my favorite flavor. Yeah.
me too.
Mm-hmm.
A fruit punch Kool-Aid like drops for my drinks.
I'm
And for those of you,
grape or green apple.
I do love grape. Also, that is a close second.
I only have grape when I'm feeling nostalgic.
And for those of you watching the VOD don't know what a fruit punch is, basically, I hate that word so much. Essentially, it is quote-unquote tropical punch that has major notes of cherry, citrus, and a bit of pineapple for flavor. And the reason I know this is I used to work at a flavor factory complex.
Oh.
Even dragons have human jobs sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta refill the hoard, huh?
Well, yeah, and so funny, the woman was a dragon also. Remember when I said we're not always the most honest creatures?
Yeah.
There's a reason why she's out of business nowadays. But anyway.
Oh no.
I've got a story for you, if I may. I know this is free floor. What did you call it again?
Is just
Open
floor,
there
free
you
space.
go, yeah.
Talk whatever about you, please.
Oh, so I can go through with this then. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I used to work at I don't know what to call it. I suppose flavor ingredient factory would be the best thing to call it. And she was a dragon. Didn't breathe fire, but still very fearsome. I digress. So the reason why she was shut down was, we'll just say less than savory business practices that involved not sending patrons what they owed.
Oh.
Yeah. And I had to deal with them. But for the year and a half that I was with, things were amazing. She made hundreds of flavor-based products. Anything from vanilla extract to passion fruit flavored sugar. It was awesome.
All right. Sounds like that was quite the adventure, especially with the behind the scenes.
There's a reason why I'm mentioning this. There's actually a position called a flavorist, and these people are responsible for developing flavors and fragrances in products. So one time they needed some muscle to help them lift some heavy things.
Yeah.
To make a gigantic industrial-sized batch of fruit punch flavoring. So they needed my help. So I'm like, sure, I'll help. So I got to see everything that went inside. Even though they're not in business anymore, I am still legally bound to not obviously give out proportions. But
yeah.
If I remember correctly, in fruit punch flavor, your average fruit punch flavor is cherry, I think lime, grapefruit, cranberry, and ginger flavor chemicals all go into this, and somehow they end up tasting like Hawaiian punch.
Huh. That is a lot of fruit to take in and be like, how do those flavors get to there?
But somehow it does.
Right?
And bubblegum flavor, because obviously there is no bubblegum fruit, right?
Yeah.
Among the main components is banana and cherry, I believe, and then something else.
I am learning a lot about things I did not expect to be right now.
And chemically, almond and I want to say cinnamon are not that far off.
That one I feel like I've heard.
And then botanically, you learn so many things when you work in a place like this. Botanically, apples and peaches and I think pears, they're kind of like botanical cousins.
Okay.
A lot of plants are members of the, I believe, rose family. I think it is. Or distinct members of it. But that's my mini rant. Not really rant, but
The more you know, and that's just a whole lot that my brain's just trying to wrap around and be like, oh yeah, it makes sense, but how?
I'm sorry. Oh, and there's a and for some strange reason there is no well, to get a natural cherry flavor is a bit difficult, so what they do is they take natural raspberry and natural almond, mix it together, and it somehow magically becomes a cherry flavor.
Yeah, cherry is one that I'm well aware of, that natural cherries and cherry flavoring are two very different things, because I've got family who's like, I love cherries. Cherry candy is garbage.
Yeah, that's fair. I do like cherry flavored things though. And then there's black cherry, and
Ooh.
again cherry and cinnamon. Chemically, they're not that far off.
There's a whole lot of little details that just come together and make things work.
I can hear a couple of popping sounds. I think some people's brains just exploded.
If we heard a real small pop, that might have been mine, in the head. Big head, very small brain. And if this is a lull, I'll address a couple of chat questions real quick.
Okay.
So, real quick, Lori from chat. Speaking of chocolate, back on the chocolate tangent, Koji, have you tried any of the Japanese Kit Kats? And if so, which ones did you like best?
I've never tried them, but I would like to.
Well,
a lot of them use flavored white chocolate. Green tea, matcha, mango, chili.
Chili.
I want the sake one.
What?
They have a sake flavor, but you can't get it off Amazon. You gotta go to Japan to get it.
Oh, jeez.
That makes sense though, because alcohol.
Yeah. I have had the green tea and it's very good. Or matcha.
Oh, that reminds me, if I can backpedal just a teeny tiny little bit.
Go ahead, and we'll get to Stannis' question after
Of
that.
Of course. They used to sell alcohol flavor extracts at the place. So you could have a rum flavor extract in your drink, and it would taste like it would taste of rum, but without the alcohol. Mind blowing.
Yum.
The initial reaction was, some of the alcohol I've tasted is not that great. Why would people want that particular flavoring? But it took a second to think and wait a second, there are some good flavors. It's just...
My personal favorite is rum.
Butter rum is so good.
Well, that too.
I seem to be a fan of whiskey recently. I'm just dabbling into it, trying some out, and salted caramel whiskey was that's good.
Sounds like something I would probably try. But for me, fruity drink, fruit punch, spiked with a bit of rum. Yeah.
Ooh. Sounds good. The next time I wind up with spare rum on a drinking night, I'll have to make sure to actually mix it in with stuff properly.
What you may want to do is make yourself some fruit punch Kool-Aid. Put in as much dark rum as you want, or white rum even, as much white rum as you want, and then
Makes sense. I will definitely have to keep that in mind next time I'm trying to prepare drinks, huh?
Probably white rum would be your best bet.
And Stannis' question, Koji, what is your workout regime? You're built like 2 fridges.
Well, depends on the day. On chest days, I do, things like, I do different exercises for my chest and my triceps and my shoulders. On other days, I do biceps and back, and that's a big. And then I've got leg days, and then I do some walking. I do some light cardio. Never been a fan of cardio myself, but walking gets the job done. Believe it or not. Hope that helps. And if anyone wants to work out, I'm so sorry to cut you off. Don't do too much too soon. You can hurt yourself.
Oh yeah, overexerting is absolutely going to destroy what you're trying to build up.
And even me, I may look very, very muscular, but again, that is my dragon genetics. I was very sick recently, so I'm actually getting back up to speed. So I'm lifting lighter weights than you might think. But still, again, you gotta ease into it.
And I believe there's something to be said about particular weight versus repetition for particular shapes of muscles as well. I don't know much about that though.
Yeah, it's better to lift with proper form. Now, mind you, I'm not a professional, so please take what I say with a grain of salt. But I do know this: it's better to lift with proper form, and to lift, more slowly with controlled movement, than to lift. If I wanted to, you could lift 30, 40 pounds, or 20-ish kilos. I forgot what bloody hell units are converted into, but you probably would hurt yourself. Also, I see these big dudes at the gym, even bigger than myself, if you can believe that. They jerk their movements. They move really fast, and you can tell they're hurting themselves. The joints are moving in ways joints should not move.
Ew.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I could pivot off, but I've already got your reaction on double jointed shenanigans and not being such a fan of them as well, right?
I saw your shoulder moving just now, your arms moving in a certain way. I was like, oh, trying my best to hide it. I'm like, are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm keeping things relatively restrained. Sometimes back in university days, I would have one hand wrapped around the back of my head and grabbing the other arm, just holding it up, is like, I'm too lazy to hold both arms up, so I'm just gonna hold it this way. And it is, yeah, that reaction. Sounds like you got a little bit of the image in there.
I think you're amazing, Sato, but that creeps me out.
Understandable. And it looks like we have a follow-up on the topic of workout. May I ask, isn't doing fast reps really dangerous sometimes?
It can be dangerous if you're using heavy weights, and if you are not watching your form, and if you lock your joints, elbows, legs. Please, I'm not a professional, but I can tell you this. Please, for the sake of all that is sane, sacred, holy, do not, for goodness sakes, do not lock out your knees, your arms, your shoulders, because you are looking for a serious injury.
Make sure to be safe if you're going to be going about and working out on anything.
You can do faster reps, but I would talk to a personal trainer. I am not a personal trainer.
Mm-hmm.
I would talk to one. Yeah. There are many fitness-related VTubers out there. I am not one of them. I'm just a VTuber who happens to be a bit, a bit more muscly. But that's it.
You're a bit more aware of your body and health and working out, as opposed to, say, a lot of people who, I walk around, I sometimes carry things, but a lot of it's just, I'm too lazy to get to a gym a lot of the time, and half the time the walk there would be the exercise I'd want in the first place.
Also, yeah, that too. And also, to be fair, as a dragon, we are literally built differently. So there is that.
True.
But if all you need is a pair of dumbbells, really. You don't even need it to be that heavy. 10, 20 pounds each, is that and you're good. Give yourself a really good workout.
I feel like a lot of it comes down to habit building as opposed to the actual heavy equipment, right?
Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm not ashamed to say this. I'm lifting 20-pound dumbbells. I was capable of lifting up to 45, but I'm purposely holding back. And I've found that lifting the 20-pound dumbbells is actually, well, I'll just swear here, right?
Oh, yeah, we are definitely allowed to swear. Language is fine so long as it's, again, obligatory within terms of service, blah, blah,
Of
blah.
course. So, yeah, I've noticed that the 20-pound weights kick my ass far more than the 45 ones ever did. Where the next day, I can barely move, and it's glorious. For me, being sore the next day is just, chef's kiss. But yeah.
Fair enough. I don't think we have any more follow-up questions or stray questions from chat, so once again, open floor.
I do see one, if I may.
Oh, which one is it?
Somebody asks, "What is the one? What that? That is one special skill set." I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Not
I
quite phrased
misread
as a
it.
question. We could warp it into a question because of that, though. So, are there any particular special skill sets you have, either of you?
In terms of working out, in terms of
Well, we didn't even have a question for this to work off
I'm
of, so
sorry.
whatever special odd talent that you might point out if somebody was going like, and this is a strange detail about them.
Yes, I can actually hear pretty well. Frighteningly well. These large ears then do more than just frame my head. I can hear what's going on all the way on the other side of the house. Our house is a bit narrow, but it's very, very long. So, I can hear what's going on the other end of the house. And I'm like, I hear a rapper, what's going on? On somebody, when I'm in a voice chat with somebody, I can hear through their end a beeping. And I'm like, somebody's food is ready. And they're like, oh my gosh, that's 3 rooms away. How can you hear that?
It's
And
clearly
I'm like,
coming through the mic if you can hear it all the same, though.
yeah. Although maybe it's a special frequency that because nobody else in the chat could hear it, the voice call. And I'm like, but I could hear it.
There's several ways that could go. Various frequencies, people's hearing ranges do fall off at some point. Also, just acclimating to a sound. Like, if you're familiar with the beeping, or take, for example, the big bully Kojiro type of redeems on your channel where people throw stuff at you. Let's say you get a huge donation and they just throw stuff at you for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
When it stops, you're going to have to actually double take and be like, wait, I can hear again normally.
Yes. This is true, yes.
Yeah. And, they do have a question that actually follows up, but Hamu, how about yourself for the, quote, special skill sets or odd things? And I'm being wiggled, Koji.
Organ extraction.
Oh.
I'm just good at doing it fast, that's all.
I feel like I know this and I should not have been surprised.
Well,
but I
yeah.
still had a pause.
What about organ extraction? I'm so sorry.
That's my special skill.
Oh. So long as you stay away from mine, we'll be golden.
I believe you're especially good at working on livers, right?
Yeah, because those grow back.
Wait, they do?
Yeah, you can take a little bit of organ or of liver, and then it'll actually grow back after a while.
Oh.
Just not the whole thing, is what I'm getting from that. Just to throw it out there as well. Do not do home surgery to test this theory. Anybody who's watching, please do not try to remove anybody's liver in any piece or any of their organs.
Yeah.
If you do, call me first.
Hamu.
Sorry, don't call me.
Yeah.
Oh no, Hamu. Though it seems Lori once again has a question regarding skill sets. In particular, though, are there any special moves or signature techniques you like to pull to catch adventurers off guard?
Many skills? Yes. People may not realize this, but I actually do have a weapon of choice. It is twin blades. It's fun to use. That is how I fight in a very flashy manner. Some people tend to call it almost like a dance type thing, but also this may or may not surprise people, but as a dragon I can use magic.
Magic,
so people may not realize that either through my hands or through the blades I do a little magic, conjure up some magic, so suddenly flames, or suddenly, well, that's kind of not fair because I can breathe fire too. But let's be a little bit more but then again, it's a boss fight, so.
I mean, if anybody's complaining about something unfair in a boss fight, well, if they're dead on the ground, there's not much left complaining, though.
Yeah. My favorite thing to use is often electricity. That's always fun.
Ooh.
And somebody once told me that electricity is considered the cold flame, I believe it was. Fire in its rawest form or something.
Oh, like plasma?
I think
Was
so,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, because I know
It's-
lightning makes plasma.
I think a lot of the times I've heard it's referred to in how it will leave burn marks and burn damage, but it doesn't warm up the arena type of thing, right?
Yeah.
That's part of the context.
With fire magic, you can kind of direct it a little tiny bit. With lightning, it'll just go, or electricity, it'll just thunder, if you will. It'll just go wherever. And to answer your question, Laurie, I wield swords to dual swords, twin blades, if you will. Broadswords, I think it is what it is. Yeah. So it's kind of fun because it's two halves of the same whole. You can't just wield them all willy-nilly. You have to. There's a proper form and such.
Yeah, a lot of you move one part of your body, the other wants to follow a particular way, and you have to be in form, otherwise you're just tripping over yourself. Does that sound about right?
Yep. Or sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly beastly, I'll just use my fists. Big, big fists.
Yeah, I feel like some people would take a glance and see, okay, you're obviously very strong, like Santa said earlier, built like 2 fridges, and comments like that. And a lot of times when people think weaponry and think twin swords, they don't think strong, they think, the dexterous, fast type of person. So I imagine you might get a few reactions when you pull out your weapons on some people, right?
Oh, yes. Now, what people don't realize is the stronger we get, obviously, the less agile we get, I mean, this is a lot of muscle to get me around, so, but one thing I can do is use my strength to give myself a little bit of a burst of speed, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. It takes a lot of work to get that much muscle moving, but if that much muscle... yeah, a little bit there. If that much muscle wants to move, what's going to stop it?
English not found.
Yes. Yeah. It's a bit of a thing I came up with. It's kind of a halfway between magic and physical strength that gives me a very short burst of speed using my strength. So, somebody might. I mean, yeah. Other than that, though, somebody like probably, for example, you. I would not fight you, Sada. But this is just for arguments.
I appreciate that we're going hypothetical and clarifying that.
you would definitely be able to outmaneuver me. You look like you'd be very agile compared to me. Still very strong, though.
Mice definitely, get to scurrying around.
Yeah. You seem like you'd be rather balanced. Pretty strong, pretty fast, but I would say not incredibly strong or incredibly fast.
I'm not
for
gonna
me,
be, chasing away or trading blows head to head. Gotta play
yeah,
around.
for me,
But to you?
I'm very strong, but not very agile.
And I'm neither.
Excuse me.
Oh no, Hamu.
I would imagine somebody like Hummer would be able to outmaneuver both of us. But as a trade-off, I'm going to guess, would probably be a bit weaker, strength-wise.
Yeah, I can lift about 3 pounds.
I mean, yeah, it's understandable, and there's nothing wrong with that, of course.
Keeps
people
their
don't
own
really-
methods and abilities.
Yeah,
Huh?
there's a bit of a trade-off, yeah.
I have the proportionate strength and speed of a hamster. Unfortunately, hamsters are neither known for their strength nor their speed.
Nyaw.
Oh no.
It's so cute, nyaw. I have the years to do
Definitely adorable over there, yeah.
and wants to challenge me.
Oh yeah, June is in fact having the urge to challenge you to a duel, huh?
Well, I regret to inform you, June, that I'm currently not taking any requests to duel.
I'm sure you can visit the dungeon, but a lot of the times do not get your hopes up for a duel out of that.
That is correct. I'm currently not fighting.
Speaking of that, if you do want to keep an eye on them and see if they do decide to accept any fights in the future, they do got the links there in chat again, or in the description again if you're on the VOD side of things. And make sure to do stop by their place and check them out.
Thank you kindly. That means a lot.
See, for now though, I'll double check chat to see if there was any new questions that pop up. Either of you have tangents for the open floor that you'd wish to discuss, or if nobody does, we will move on to the next section of actually scripted questions.
Ah, yes. So, I have 2 sets of questions, if you don't mind, if I may.
Shoot, what's the question?
Soda, sorry, that's my accent kicking in. Soru. Soda, in not counting games and stuff online, what do you like to do for fun? Offline, if you will.
Offline fun.
Like, are we talking going to amusement parks? Are we talking,
Amusement parks are nice, but they're a hell of a day and there's a lot of people involved.
Oh, true.
But personally for myself, one, avoiding people and, also appreciating some nature, which I can't do too much around where I'm stuck, unfortunately. Moonlight and starlight walks, actually.
Yes.
Because, I will say this, and it might be slight hyperbole, it might not. If you have not seen the galaxy in the night sky properly in full strength, that is, you need to see it. Light pollution is a hell of a thing that is ruining the sky for so many people. If you're ever just on a big travel out in the middle of literally nowhere, take a night, look at the sky. It is wonderful.
That sounds amazing. You may not think so, but the tiny village of Dragonpearl actually emits a lot of light pollution because, again, it is tourist central. Yes. So because of that, the sky behind Dragonpearl Caverns is surprisingly very bright at nights. Because who excuse me. You wouldn't think a tiny village needs an arena, but here we are.
Here we are. I know that just visiting over grandparents way up north from where I live, it's a nice, mountain remote area. I got to see that one summer. A few summers later, a few more houses, a city encroaching and expanding, I can no longer see that up there.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Which is just pain. Aside from the stuff I'm denied by civilization, which may or may not be a part of the secret desire to destroy it, giant mouse, rampages aside.
Oh, I feel you there, buddy.
Roleplay and talking about characters, worlds, and settings is something that I get really into, although I tend to take it a lot more personally than something that I would do on stream or whatnot. For example, if I'm in a game of D&D, I wouldn't want to stream my perspective just because I don't want to take the time to have to focus, break character, and be with chat and say, hello everybody, I'm here still, but hope you're enjoying the adventures of... No. I just want to be fully there in character and just zone in, basically, So that's my opinions.
Understandable. Yeah. Having said that, I see Dragonpearl Island in the background. Hell yeah.
Yes, you do.
So what the camera's looking at it's looking away from the entrance of Dragonpearl Caverns, and literally behind the camera would be the caverns. So it's kind of weird, where if you look that way, you can see the stars, but if you turn around toward the village, it's
Yeah, I believe
light.
we have an image available, so let me pull that up real quick, and there we go. Is that looking towards the correct way?
I have to.
Yeah.
I'm actually watching a
It
stream.
takes a moment.
Yep, as you can tell, light pollution.
Yep.
Although I may have drawn it. I actually, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So light pollution is a hell of a thing, huh? Let's get back over to the other ways directions facing. There we go.
I'm sorry. And then Hammer, if I may, same question for you as well. Or is that how that works?
Yeah. Just make sure to bounce it between both of us.
I like to program, write code.
Ooh.
Oh.
I don't do it that often though. anymore.
I do a little bit of
But,
pseudocode for my redeems, but like you do full on
yeah.
code.
Oh yeah, I'm a software developer. That's
Oh,
my job.
Wow. My circle it off to you. That sounds amazing. I can. The sciences are not my forte.
oh, I will just casually throw out degree in rocket science over here as well. So science is over here too.
Wow.
But I do
Brawn and brain.
remember. Oh, you were saying
That's
code?
amazing. I said brawn and brains. That's amazing.
But I do recall you did some adventure into trying to mod Garfield Kart and
Oh yeah.
stumbled
Oh.
upon a line of code that referred to
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, John.
I'm sorry, John. Just
There was something about
Aw.
I'm sorry, John in the code.
yeah. Of course they would throw in something like that in there just to mess with people, huh? Because that is Garfield is a very weird rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But, is there anything you've coded recreationally just on topic that you want to bring up?
I mean, I started working on a plugin for Final Fantasy 14, but then they got really mad about that kind of stuff, so I stopped.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah.
Understandable,
It was just
understandable.
for achievement tracking, so you could have like an overlay that shows how much left on an achievement, because I'm 100%ing as much as I can, because I don't
So,
enjoy lying.
you just wanted to see this is my progress conveniently,
Yeah,
and they don't like that apparently.
everyone wants to see that.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Understandable.
It sounds
That's
like we got a little bit of a lull. You mentioned having a couple of questions.
Oh yeah. When it comes to this goes into a bit of a excuse me. The mocha's great, but I made this one particularly thick. I may not have used enough water from your sink, but anyway, I digress. So it sticks to the throat a bit.
Understandable.
But it's good though. But so when it comes to thrill rides and roller coasters, where do you
Ooh.
fall on that spectrum, Sada?
Give me them loops. Just throw me on, loop to loop everything. I will go and go.
I'm about the loops too.
I will take the roller coaster type thrill rides absolutely fine. If you put me on like a car with somebody driving funny, I'm gonna be like, oh no, I'm dying now.
Well,
because despite the willingness to go on every single roller coaster, I get car sick. Not roller coaster sick, car sick.
Looks like I'm in minority then.
Yeah.
I don't
Not a
take it
big-
very well.
Yeah.
Not at all. There are some I'll go on, but I don't do very well. I'm a big BB when it comes to that stuff. Although having said that, I used to operate them for a while for a living.
And that's something that I do hear quite often coming up from when I've lurked around in your area and your stream of various stories, because it sounds like you get nothing but stories every day with that type of work, huh?
Oh yes. Having said that, like I said, I don't do well on most roller coasters, but there are some I will go on, and some of them are actually kind of fast. But for some reason I can handle them, and they look fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there's this one roller coaster that I used to work at for a few years that was a beast, if I may.
Absolutely.
So this ride would launch you from 0 to oopsies. Let me get rid of that. 0 to 80 miles an hour, or not to 128 kilometers an hour in 2 seconds. Okay. That's pretty damn tall.
Yeah.
That sounds painful.
I'm sorry, fast. Excuse me, fast. In 200 feet straight up and straight down, or about 60 meters, vertically up, vertically down. Massive drink of water. People are insane. But I had to test ride that thing twice.
Oh.
One day. Now, there's a crew of 5 who usually operate the ride. It's 4 of us on the dock, 4 of us checking restraints, and there's one dispatcher. And I see a message in chat. That's cute, sorry.
Aye.
You are pretty fun to talk to, they're not gonna lie. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Hey.
I'm sorry. So, I had to test ride the ride because... Holy Moji, salute you. So, hear me out. There's a story. There's a crew of 5, and it just so happens that I was the only person who could ride. Why? One person had just had a heart attack and was recovering. One woman was with child. Obviously, she couldn't ride. One person simply just didn't fit the restraints, and another person had just had surgery.
Lovely.
Leaving me! Ah! And I'm like, I hate you all so much. And like, please do this for us. And I'm like, oh God. I had no choice. I mean, they could have dragged somebody else from another ride, but then that ride couldn't open on time. And it's like you don't have to do this, but you kind of sort of low-key do, kind of thing. We're not forcing you, but we kind of are. And I'm like, oh, fine. So
you don't need to, but it's so much more convenient.
Yeah, like, you don't have to, but would you kindly do this anyway? Loads pink slip. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so they did. They strapped me in, and I kept remembering hearing my own words. Keep your head against the headrest, feet flat on the floor, sit back, hang on for dear life, enjoy your ride. Huh? And whenever guests would tell me, I'm scared, I would say, okay, try to relax. Don't tense up. So I was relaxed as much as I could be, but you better believe I had my claws down on that nap like a death grip. It felt like I was being hit by a truck. I could feel my stomach being punched. I was like, I don't scream on rides when I'm scared. It hurts my ears. When there's people who scream bloody murder on coasters, it just kind of ruins it for me. It hurts my ears, but I digress.
Yeah.
When I get scared, I get very quiet. I was so quiet. When I'm having fun, I actually laugh. I'm a laugher. I will sometimes go, but yeah. When I'm scared, I get very, very quiet. Now, imagine this happening twice in a span of 3 months. Because it did! One time, the first time was for a special event. The park closed and then reopened. I had to sit for the ride and babysit it for 2 hours. It's about as boring as it sounds. You're literally sitting in the dispatch booth 2 hours doing nothing, doing sweet FA, while the next crew comes in. But then, and it happened 3 months later. Same crew.
Oh no!
I looked at them and I'm like, I look up and I'm like, you're joking me, right? Like, really? So I had to test ride it again. Yep. And the excuse this time was the woman who was recovering from surgery didn't have surgery, and the woman was still with child, but obviously much further along. So I had to test ride it, and by this time people were coming on the docks. So what did they say? Red train in motion with test dummy. Please stand back, stand clear. And I'm like, thanks. Thanks a lot.
I think like the pregnant lady could have probably saved a lot of money on medical bills by going on that
Oh boy.
coaster delivery.
We're going down some path.
Wait. Everything turns out okay.
I don't think everything turns out okay with that one.
Are you trying to question my medical knowledge?
Yes.
Yes, I'm not going to let you operate on either of our livers as well.
All right, I'll take it. I guess that's not the best delivery method.
So 0 to 82 or 0 to 120, I forget what I said. That's about 3 to 4 G's on your body.
Oh
so
yeah.
Imagine how much you weigh, however much you weigh. Obviously don't tell us. pushed up against your own body and into the back of your seat. So with a woman who's with child, that's baby being pushed
Yeah.
into her 3 or 4 times worth. That would crush the poor thing.
Yeah.
That's fair. Now that I think about it, the baby might not appreciate that.
It's... And even worse, if it actually works out, Hamu, the baby's not in a restraint.
Well, yeah. Okay.
That
Well, I thought
and
maybe the baby would like inherit a restraint or something.
also, I would imagine something would happen to Mom as well.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
A whole lot of not good with that situation.
Yeah, but I do have
Can you
some.
heard a restraint?
I do have some story. Did you say married a restraint?
No, inherit a restraint.
Oh.
That...
Wow,
like-
did I mishear that one?
You know.
You'll take this restraint to be your lawfully worded. No, okay. I actually have a story on that too.
Oh Lord. Well, keep on keeping on.
Okay. You said I can swear in session, and
Oh
this
yeah,
is
absolutely.
Interrated stream, so
It may be a good time that, if it is going to be content warning potential, to give your little 18 plus speech if you so wish.
oh yeah, for the record, the story I'm about to give is rated very mature, so if you're under the age of 18, kindly mute the VOD of video for the next 60, 80, 90, 120 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try to be as little graphic as possible. So I was operating a thrill ride one day, and we were very, very empty. This lady asked to go again, and for the ride, it's pretty standard. Yeah, go ahead, just stay on. People left who were going to leave. She was the only one riding, so she went about 3 times on this ride that flips you upside down, head over heels. All the loop-de-loops. You would probably love this thing, Sutter.
Absolutely.
I digress. I decided I'm bored. Let's crank the ride up to 100% power, because even though there's only one person on, clearly that's not a bad idea. It was absolutely a bad idea. So, about her 3rd time in, I notice it looks like she's having a seizure, right? Her head's,
Yep.
her eyes rolled into the back of her head. She starts shaking. She starts going on the ride, and I'm like, oh no, I'm about to lose my job. Oh no, I'm about to go to jail. Oh no. And this ride normally has fountains on, and the fountains were turned off that day. When the ride cycle finished, my phone rang. I picked it up. I'm like, throw a ride, Kojiro. And they're like, yeah, weren't the fountains off today? Yeah, they were. Why do you ask? Guests are complaining about getting wet. I'm sorry, what? Guests are complaining about getting wet. And I said, what? This lady ended up doing number 1 on my ride as it was going through the flippy flip cycle, and an entire crowd of people were getting wet. And I told my fellow operator, and she said, honey, that's not what she did at all. And I said, what do you mean? She said, her eyes were rolling to the back of her head, her back was arched, and she was shaking. She did something else, honey. And I was like, oh my gosh, she did not.
What the heck?
Let's just say,
Yep.
Madam had the ride of her life and had a very, very, very good time.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's as far as I'm going to go with that one. We both agreed that a boss would not believe a single word of that, so we decided to call the ride down as a guest incident, which was the first thing I said. Oh yeah, I guess went number 1 on the ride. We have to clean it up. And oh my goodness me, Koji tells a story about how he gives woman over. I mean, Ryoshi, that's not till after the stream, but still, yeah. So I'm so sorry, Sora.
I got a smile going on. I'm having a good time.
Okay. I have a slightly less grotesque story for you. Same vein, though. As you know, roller coasters are designed to shake and move and vibrate and such. It is literally in the nature.
Yep.
I was on my way to a lunch break, and I saw this woman had her arms and legs very tightly wrapped around the support of a coaster, because this one happens to go into the midway. The train was going, and she was smiling from ear to ear, very happy, just and I'm like, ma'am, This is an amusement park. That's not the kind of fun you should be having here. You can't
That
make
is
this
the
stuff
wrong amusement.
I love it. Yeah. Yeah, and this didn't happen on my ride, but I was told this happened. That it was very late at night, and the park was about to close, and they sent this ride on with a woman, and she was screaming, but she was making very different noises than one should make on a coaster. And
Lord.
she was, and the next thing I know is, I hear is, I bet she has a season pass. And I'm like, okay, please. I'm like, are these people using coasters in ways they're not supposed to be used? First of all, tell me your secrets. Second of all, that's inappropriate.
This has to be like a fetish or something, like a coaster fetish.
I have no doubt, actually.
Actually, it's a bit more nitty gritty than you might think.
Oh,
These rides vibrate a lot, and they shake and they rattle a lot. So
yeah.
people who are a bit more sensitive in certain ways will feel it differently. Yeah.
Fair.
Yep. And that is some of the information you only really get if you're there and have to pay attention to it all the time, huh?
Oh, this happened at an amusement park with kids around. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. There's even a video, not the same person, but there's a video on YouTube of someone who grabs the support and is like, ooh, how is this going to vibrate? Oh, wow, it's moving so much. And then he goes and pets and scratches the support like, and I'm like, gross.
That is...
Well, I never want to work at an amusement park. Yeah.
Well, maybe not on a coaster. I mean, you come across all kinds. It can be fun. Then you have the wholesome people who are bringing their kids on vacation, and oh look, we're gonna go on this ride, and it's fun, and the kid's scared but still kind of wants to go on it, and tells you, "Oh, I'm scared, but should I do it?" Yeah.
Yeah, the ones you can tell, they're just having a good weekend, and this is going to be a childhood memory, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. One time there was a dad who was taking his son out of school early, and he happened to go on my ride, and the kid was very scared. And he's like, "I'm scared. What do I do?" And I told him, "Just keep your head back. Make sure you don't close your eyes. It'll be worse. It'll be better for you if you don't." I know I'm running out of time. I'm so sorry, but essentially, like turn things into positive instead of "don't tense up." You would tell a kid, "Just relax." Instead of "don't close your eyes. It'll be worse for you. Keep your eyes open. It'll be better for you."
Mm-hmm. And framing is certainly something that, even in teaching, you have to do a lot of, because framing is how people react to things. So you're saying the same thing 3 different ways, you're going to get 3 different reactions, right?
Yeah. My favorite thing, though, my favorite, honestly, thing is when people would ask me the dumbest questions ever. I used to work at a water ride that...
And brief pause. Are we at the point where any content warning 18 plus,
No.
that? No, not yet.
We are wholesome.
We are wholesome. Okay, I'll throw that into chat then, because just in case anybody did mute, letting them actually know, we can't just say it to them, right?
I'm so sorry. That's true, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Continue. Carry on.
But I used to work at a water ride, big old splash, many feet, a few meters tall. This was a boat ride. Goes up a hill, turns around, goes down, big old splash, splooshy sploosh, people get soaking wet, right? This lady walks up to me, looks at the boat, goes down, sploosh sploosh, and she's like, "Excuse me, do you get wet on this ride?"
Do you get wet on this ride?
I look at her, look at the splash, look at the people who got soaked, look back at her, these big saucer eyes, and I'm like, yeah, you do.
That's how water works.
Yeah. Also, what time does the 4 o'clock parade start? Is another favorite of mine.
The 4 o'clock parade. Yep. Yeah.
Well, when did it start?
Now, Actually, there is a bit of merit to that. What they mean to say is what time does the 4 o'clock parade get here? But,
Fair.
unfortunately for them, that's not what they said at all.
Yeah, that, very much not. That is...
Oh, so, the question, am I gonna die when they're strapped into the coaster? My answer to them was, well, eventually. Like, what do you want?
Yes, but not right now.
Well, at least hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, stupid
People-
questions at amusement parks.
People have undone their restraints in the past, and fortunately, they didn't suffer the consequences because we cut in time, but...
That is... Don't do that. It's there for your own safety. Like, seriously.
But this lap boy makes me uncomfortable.
Deal with it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's all I got. I'm sorry for that,
Alright.
for that story, Vane.
Well, I think we are definitely reaching the point where I should probably try to cut off free space, but if there is anything more from either of you, feel free to throw it out there still. So, Hamu, any stray thoughts?
What data center do you play on Final Fantasy 14? If you feel comfortable saying so.
Primal.
Primal, let's go! Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a great cross world link shell. Yeah. If you ever want in on that, let me know.
Okay. If you ever decide to come back, Sada, get on Primal.
I will
Primal.
make considerations if I do decide to get into Final Fantasy again.
I'm by no means a veteran. I'm still BB myself. I started playing in March, I want to say.
Me and MMOs do not mesh.
Let's
Like-
play the storyline. Then it's just like a regular RPG. You don't even need parties anymore.
Did they actually change that? Because I
Yep.
recall very distinctly quitting the moment I hit a dungeon. It's like,
Yep.
well, I have
They-
to do this with people now.
They added
okay.
in NPC parties you can do them with now at low levels.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yay.
Is that actually a first playthrough thing, or you got to
Yep.
a high... Okay.
Yep. They wanted
I-
less people to stop avoiding it because they don't want to play with other people.
Wow, I wonder who does that. Wait a second.
Because people tend to be very toxic, which is the stupidest thing.
Mhm.
Imagine being so petty you have to do on people who aren't as good as you.
And the thing with me and the dungeons in particular is the dungeons a lot of times have puzzles or flows or layouts, right? And if you don't get to experience that, people who just tour the first floor of the dungeon all the time and know everything is like, and here's how you get, the 2 gold pieces for today's lunch. Like,
Yeah,
Exactly.
later ones are way better.
yeah. I wanted to explore the dungeon and be like, what the heck's going on? And everybody's already run off ahead and knows which lever to pull to get to
Yeah.
the door, and which lever summons the giant dragon that destroys us all.
Exactly. I might actually do that myself. Come to think of it, on my own playthrough this week. But yeah.
They actually updated a lot of the lower level ones, and they're much nicer now. So
Okay.
everything is better now.
My big gripe was literally dungeon touring as story
Yeah.
quest, so
They
Maybe.
fixed
Yeah.
a lot. They fixed a
Maybe.
lot.
And on the bright side, when we do play together, I know enough friends that if you decide to play with us, we can form a party, and I'll insist, hey, let's not tear through it, because Saru and I want to explore a bit. Let the newbies do our thing.
yeah.
You know?
Like, if somebody's going in blind and has no clue what's going on, let them appreciate things a
Yeah.
bit.
I know tank is gonna tank, but even so, let the BBs have their day. Yeah.
I know one of the few positive experiences I have with MMOs, because I chafe with them quite a bit, is actually nothing to do with the gameplay. It's actually, what is this? Engaging with the world and the dungeon that's set up after it's cleared, and just touring around.
That's
So,
fair.
like, back in Dragon Nest, which I played a lot of because I did enjoy the core gameplay loop, it was more action RPG than pure RPG. I would just sometimes sit in a dungeon, looking at the scenery and just chat with somebody. And it's just,
Nice.
that was the good times.
That sounds awesome, actually.
So that's my positive on MMOs. The rest of it, though, a lot of the times it just feels like either it's not got the mechanics running for me, or it just doesn't have the game speed, and it's like, I get too picky.
Understandable, yeah. Well, I can definitely show you. I will not be toxic like anybody else.
I mean, I'll be toxic, but I won't have the skills to back it up, so you'll be fine.
I see.
So to call back to an earlier bit of the conversation, then, so are you that one team member in League of Legends toxic that's clearly the one pulling everything down but blames the jungler, or are you just like...
Oh yeah, if you're the real talk, if someone's going to be the type of person to blame their teammates when they don't win, unless that teammate threw the match intentionally, just get off the game and unplug your computer, because you're going to be saving us all a lot of heartache.
Yeah, I'm the kind of person that the higher skilled other people are and the lower skilled I am, the more aggressive and toxic I get. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no.
I'm very nice. I'm very
Oh,
nice. I swear, I'm so sweet.
The so-called friend that tried to get me into mobiles kept blaming me whenever our teams would lose. And a couple of friends would tell me, well, that's MOBAs for you. And I said, so are you actually condoning their actions? Because it sounds to me like you're condoning their actions.
So my own spare thoughts of PvP games and people doing that is why I can't play Overwatch, even though when I initially played it on console without any team chat, it was actually kind of fun. Ignoring a whole bunch of Blizzard sucks stuff, because that is certainly a thing.
Right.
The whole playing with friends is a nice concept until you realize who your friends are, and you have to hear that one friend complain about all the teammates in the match while you're just sitting there learning, trying to do your best at the role, and it's like, what literally, what can I do? We're not communicating. What am I doing? Oh no, you're doing fine. Oh, this tank's up. Like, come on. Come on.
Yeah.
That's the big turnoff for me on anything that is competitive, quote unquote, even if it's casual lobbies.
I feel that. On that note, if I could impart an unsolicited pearl really fast, friends who will gossip to you will gossip about you, so be wary.
It wasn't even gossip. It was literally just the guy yelling at teammates right there. It's like, oh no, okay, yeah, I'm not.
That's ridiculous. Why some people?
Yeah. Ooh.
You should have picked Mercy. You should have picked an Incarnate. I feel bad.
I was literally Lucio in the example I'm thinking of I can't do anything, everything's suffering, I'm doing my best.
Right.
And they're just complaining about everything, and it's like, this is fun?
Oh.
This is...
If you could give me just a few moments, sorry.
Oh.
Excuse me, that is
All
not
right.
toy.
Well,
I'm so sorry.
a few moments for Koji, then I'll just, continue complaining on about this tangent then, because I got some bones to pick. It's even worse, especially if a competitive game introduces a casual mode. Because then the toxic people only want to do the highest competitive version of a casual mode. And it's like, no. You get the most toxic people going into the most relaxed modes. It's just no good. Ay. I could vent on this all day, Hamu. It is.
Yeah. Also smurfing.
Smurfing, oh jeez.
Smurfing.
Smurfing is such an odd thing. Like, you gotta go into lower level new accounts in order to play against people that you can actually beat and have a good time at the game by ruining it for other people. Huh?
I'm so sorry I'm back.
Welcome back.
Don't be sorry that you're back. But
Let me rephrase it. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm back.
Welcome back.
This time it was a wand. I don't know where he finds these things.
oh,
The strangest of places, huh?
Hmm, hmm, hmm.
Yeah. Don't be toxic. That basically sums up the point, huh?
Yep, just don't be toxic. It costs, like I say, it costs you nothing to be kind. And if that's too much for you, then you don't deserve to play games. That's my hot take.
Yeah. Yeah. And I
Games
understand
are-
acting up a villain. Oh, Hamu?
Oh, I was gonna say games are for the pure of heart.
Oh yeah, acting up a villain is one thing. Banter is one thing. Joking around with your friends is one thing. I have friends who talk to me in certain ways where if anyone else talked to me that way, I would absolutely destroy them. But my friends can get away with it because they're my friends. Like
And they understand, limits and interactions.
exactly. Exactly. For example, people will be like, "Oh, there he goes again, being his small BB brain," and I'm just like, "Okay, whatever. You know what? It's small brain Kojiro." I'm like, "Okay,
And
fine."
just as a stray thought on the topic of toxicity and chats and games and whatnot, some of the least toxic people I've ever encountered in games like League of Legends were on the enemy team through all chat, where one of your teammates is going off on their bender about how everything sucks in this random for fun game mode.
Exactly.
And the enemy team is just like, wow, sorry you gotta deal with that. If you guys want to report it, we'll tag along too. That's just no fun.
Yeah. I can't speak for that, but in Final Fantasy, somebody who was like the tank was just yelling and screaming and something that really irks me is when you tell someone to do something and you don't say please. It grinds my gears. Like, go over here and do this. And I'm like, try that again, but with please. I finally snapped and I'm like, go over here and go over here and do the thing. Go there. I'm like, really? Say please or I'm not budging. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, say please or I finally had to be like, say please or I'm not budging. My ass is staying right here. And another person was like, you know what? Let's just go without him. And somebody else who was a rando was like, hey, it's okay. You're doing fine. Just just ignore them. They did not realize that we were in the same team. Like I was in the same VC with them. They were just like, it's okay. Just ignore them and you'll be fine. You're okay.
No.
Just keep doing your best. I was like, oh, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, most people I meet are really nice.
Yeah. It's always the ones you're with.
Yeah.
I finally afterwards had to be like, hey, calm down, tone it down. If you get aggressive with me like that, I'm not going to want to play with you.
Mm-hmm. People being people, huh?
Yeah. And if someone's argument is, well, be good at the game, how about shut your mouth and be kind? Not that hard. It's not rocket surgery, people.
Rocket surgeons.
I mean, yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if someone's never run something before. Or this is something that everybody's practicing and is actually difficult.
Yeah.
Yelling gets you nowhere and is a sign you need to just log off for the night.
Exactly. And this happened once, and their excuse was that's just how I talk. Well, I'm sorry, but if someone's telling you you're being a bit aggressive, maybe you need to look at yourself. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I myself have been told that. If let's turn it on me. People have told me, "Oh, hey, you're being a bit aggressive." I'd be like, "I don't think so. I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm gonna do my best to like. I would still protest, but I'd be like, oh, I will do my best to change."
Mm-hmm.
You know.
One of the first things that I wind up going to if somebody's upset with me is, what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
Is this something I can fix? And if it's not, then it'll just be like, okay, well, that sucks. If it is, I'll try and put in some effort, yeah?
Now, on the flip side, somebody else was getting this way and very aggressive, and I told him, hey, you may want to tone it down a bit. You're getting a bit aggressive, and you're actually kind of yelling. And they were like, "Oh, I did not realize it. I'm so sorry. Of course, like, that's just how I talk. But I'll try to rein it back." And they were just very nice about it.
Mm-hmm.
So on the flip side, some people genuinely don't know. So yeah.
Yeah. Understandable. Self-reflection is something that is not inherent in a lot of people, especially on your own current actions. So, certainly good to take a moment, talk with somebody if something they're doing is actually being a bother or if it's unhealthy, so on and so forth.
Like for me, I tend to have a rather big voice sometimes, and I tend to say things without thinking.
Yeah, I think I was very much on the opposite end of this prior to streaming and heck, even university, where I am very soft-spoken and don't say anything ever.
Oh no.
But if I want people's attention, I can't just do that, right? So I gotta, stand up tall, proper posture, just get the voice going and just, hello everybody, I need your attention for the next 5 minutes. All that.
You have a very good speaking voice, sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no, I appreciate that because it is one of the things that is definitely not a comes naturally to me thing. It's something that I've made a conscious effort into, especially with presentations and presenting information.
Well, let me tell you, it's paid off, man. You sound great.
Good then.
Agreed.
Oh, thank you. All the ego boost today. Let's go.
we shrimp saw his voice in this house.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, I don't need that much ego. No.
Take the ego.
Take the ego. Oh no. All right.
As I tell all my friends, you will take our affection and you will like it.
Fair enough. But to try to actually move things along now, we have hit the 3-hour mark, so this is on route to be one of the longest interviews we've had.
Sorry.
So I will pivot over to the streaming related questions, which normally go before the free space, but we flipped it a little bit today.
Right. Sorry to be taking so long.
Unless like I said, we can go as long as need be unless somebody's got particular scheduling. This is my day. This is all I'm doing today.
I moved everything aside for this.
Well,
personally.
In that case, if there is any question that either of you are itching to still ask or talk about, feel free to floor it. Otherwise, after a few moments, I will bring up streaming-specific questions.
Okay, one more for me
One more?
in that regard. And if it's too personal, you don't have to answer, Sarah. This one's specifically for you.
Okay.
But I'm noticing those locks of yours. What do you do to take care of them? They're so silky.
Well, unfortunately, this one I just get to chalk up to good genetics as opposed to anything else.
That's fair.
I got, nice long hair. It's nice and straight all the time. I do go through the cursory actions of, brushing and the basic maintenance with the showering and shampoo and all that. It's just nothing special. I just have long hair and I like long hair, so I have long hair.
No fancy special shampoos.
Yeah, no, nothing, elaborate or anything like that. Just
that's impressive.
I have long hair. My genes say I can have long hair. I have long hair.
That's awesome. Go to forces affection on me all the time. Yes, I do, Ryuchi. I wish I could say the same about me. Islander hair is a bit more unwieldy. I have to often put coconut oil in my hair. On the one side, it smells amazing, but on the other side, it's a lot of work. But worth it.
Yeah, if I wanted to, actually style my hair or anything, I imagine it'd just be, this is how much work people actually put in.
Fair.
But for me, I will admit, in my family, I got, the good genes as eldest child, apparently. My eyes work properly, no glasses, good hair. My nose functions most of the time. I can smell things usually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll admit where I'm lucky, and none of it's actually put in too much deliberate effort.
Very nice, very nice.
And I'm going to throw this comment out here just because it is one that I think deserves to be said as well as read, from Quill, Neon Quill. Koji drips with a level of confidence and energy that makes my heart go doki doki.
Oh my.
You certainly do got that energy and confidence, though. I big agree.
I have a fact that may shock you. Like you with you said it with your voice. I had to practice being confident with myself because I didn't used to always be this way.
Mm-hmm.
I was once very, very shy, reserved, very withdrawn. And I had to learn through experiences, I won't go into them on stream, that I had to stand up for myself. So I'm kind of like you in that way, actually.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think that's all the comments and questions, unless Hamu, any last minute thoughts?
Nope.
Nope. All right. We've emptied these heads to some degree. Back to the scripted questions, and then after this segment, we will be discussing future plans as well as asking you for any potential raid targets and a raid message, since the guest gets to direct the viewers from the interview that way. So,
sweet.
Not quite time to keep that in mind, but soon. For now, oh geez, it feels way too late to be asking these questions in the conversation. That is definitely a tempo flip.
I'm so sorry.
With regards to streaming, are there any good or bad experiences that stand out above the rest with your time streaming, Koji?
Yes. Oh, hang on a second. I just need to... Oh.
There you go.
Let me just stretch for a sec.
Understandable. We have been here a while, so anybody who's just been sitting may want to join in stretching as well.
Oh.
Yeah, my butt hurts.
Understandable. Tail stretch too. Oh, okay. That's one thing you must have to worry about. Your tails are nice and smooth. But yes. I'm going to give you some bad experiences first.
All right.
One bad experience I had was as a streamer. It's a very good rule of thumb to not let bad experiences get to you. When things go wrong in a game, it's always best to not let it get to you. If you're having trouble doing something, it's best to not get upset over it. Easier said than done. Oh, wow, that one slipped out. I'm so sorry. Easier said than done, obviously. But, for example, not being able to make the same jump 4 times, you shouldn't go, damn it! Oh, God! You just start getting upset. First of all, go touch some grass, take a breath, breathe, relax. You're going to be fine. You're not going to die. You're not taking seconds off your life. Well, actually, you are taking seconds off your life, but I digress. On one stream in particular, I had the perfect storm for a really bad time. I hadn't slept well. I had not slept well. Some things were going on behind the scenes with my family that were just not great. And in the stream, in the game, some friends had left me behind inadvertently, to be fair. To go do something else. So my brain had a bit of a flashback to times when I did not have such great friends in my life. And I allowed my brain to spiral down, and I had a panic attack on stream. It was probably one of the worst times I ever had. 100% my fault. I could have kept myself in check, been like, okay, breathe, let's relax, take things in perspective. Things are not what they seem, but unfortunately my brain allowed one reality to manifest itself into another, and I had a panic attack on stream. For the next 3 weeks, my viewership, my numbers, if you will, took a very huge hit. Rightfully so. Nobody wants to see that, right? I know I don't. So yeah, that's probably one of the worst experiences I ever had. Another one was when you talk about stuff on stream, you really want to never say things you wouldn't want any friends or family to hear, obviously. So I was with a guest who was saying some pretty not great things about a mutual friend. Kind of had to put them in check. They were not getting the hints, so I had to deafen them in the conversation. Midstream, they were like, oh, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? We'll talk about this off stream.
No, why are you deafening me? You're taking my right to it. I'm like,
"Oh." So my stream, I may have accidentally suddenly got how do I put this to be kind of funny about it? I may have had an accidental disconnection. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Suddenly my stream might have been like, whoops, I lost connection. Yeah. But another bad. I'll try to run fast because I know you're running short on time.
Oh no, I'm not running short on time. I'm just going. Yeah, those situations just suck.
Yeah. So
there's not much more to say, but suck.
so in that it's if you're going to collaborate as a streamer, make sure you know who you're collaborating with. Get to know them first.
Yeah.
Dragon's Fury came out not on stream. On stream, I was just like, let's just take a moment. Off stream, you better believe it. I was like, what the hell do you think you're doing, you idiot?
We're here to civilized. If we gotta end it, it's end it, and time to let it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But another one was I was collaborating with another VTuber, who I did not know. He wanted to collaborate with me, and I said, sure, why not? It was a very simple, easy game, Minecraft. You'd think so. I did it myself. Making very unsavory jokes. He got into human politics, which is a big no-no. Went very, very inappropriately sexual. Wanted to change the difficulty on the world and asked, you may want to put a content warning for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, be wary, listeners, if you wish to protect your ears, huh?
Okay, so I would say about 30 seconds. But he was changing the difficulty settings and asking everybody if they were okay with the difficulty on the world becoming, hard mode. Because in hard mode, zombies can break down doors in Minecraft, and it's much more easy to die. Instead of asking, hey, are you guys okay if we change to hard? He asked, hey, do you guys like it hard? Yep. And I said, oh, we're still streaming. And he's like, oh, yeah, I know. And I'm like, we're really doing this? Okay, well.
Wow.
You can put the if you. Yeah.
I'm just gonna share some of my stray thoughts that should probably also be behind the reasonable content warning too. Looking into people who you're potentially gonna collab with, you can also get some red flags popping up as well.
Oh,
and I know it was not intentional, but when I jumped on somebody's channel and clicked a couple of clips, it sounded like they were rather on the vulgar side, and the fuck word and all that. But the two clips I randomly clicked both involved unfortunate context that made it sound like it involved children, and somehow it's like, do not mix that word and children, no. And that was like, I'm gonna have to back out of that particular idea, dude.
Oh.
Like, yeah, that's it wasn't intended. It wasn't intentional, but two accidental, slips that sound like that, even though clearly the intent wasn't there, I'm gonna rain check. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's a note for me,
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah, and as streamers, we are 100% responsible for what goes out there. Also, in my opinion, it is unreasonable to say, don't clip my... Okay, in some contexts, it's unreasonable to say, don't clip my channel. Some context. The reason why I say some contexts is as part of my streams, I play my flute, and some of it is copyrighted music. And I do ask, I say, hey, please don't clip performances.
Yeah.
But as far as streaming goes, if something comes out of your mouth, you are responsible for what it is. So if somebody clips something you say out of context, that's still on you. It's still your responsibility. So if what they clip sounds disgusting and horrible and it came out of your mouth, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have said it in the first place. Even if you say don't clip my stuff, they might still do it anyway. But the only time I think it's okay is if it's DMs. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's a bit of a gray subject, but yeah.
Yeah, like normally clipping is good for channel health. It gives content that can be shared and digested easily.
Yeah.
And it gives somebody a quick sample of what to look at. And admittedly, if you do go through major changes like the model change, sometimes it'll pull up old content that's not necessarily representative. So
Yeah.
I think we're 2 or 3 attempts to shout me out on your stream that I don't think we've hit the new model yet.
Yeah. In fairness, you've had your beautiful sexy battle not that long, right?
It's I feel like it's been a few months, like half a year at this point, but for 2.5 years streaming-ish, there's definitely, content before that to go around. Yeah. Is Squeak pronounced suck or squeak? It is Squeak. Big Squeak Inc. for the title. Because I am Mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not Big Suck Inc., which would be very... very different. And with that, misinterpretation, misread out of the way, I'll probably throw back into chat that content warning over, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the big suck. As much as, some people may want that. That is not what we deliver here. There are websites for that. You should visit those if that is your goal.
Ooh. Yeah, fair.
Like a vacuum cleaner website?
Right? Or a water pump website?
Yeah.
For your lakes?
That must be what they meant.
Of course.
I'm just gonna smile and nod here as
Or perhaps water pumps for your water rides. I would imagine. Your log flumes and such.
Oh, there's definitely some pumping involved, but I don't think that's what any of the goal is.
Oh, I get it. It's for the ice cream machines, naturally.
Yeah, they never work. You gotta get parts backed up all the time. Oh, geez. So, I believe we were on the topic of good and bad experiences,
Yes.
and we had a few bad experiences shared so far.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, one more bad experience, if I may.
Okay.
Same VTuber, same collaboration, same collab.
Wow.
Okay.
2 for 1 story.
Yeah. They had a friend who had a particular type of accent, which was kind of fun to imitate. As you know, I'm rather good at good at imitating accents, even though that's not what a voice actor is necessarily. That's not what they do. Anyway, so they had this person who had a particular accent, so I was imitating it, not in a malicious way, but I did it rather how do I say it? Rather accurately. So instead of sounding the way I normally do,
I kind of threw my voice and did this, and the way they talked, I kind of talked like they did. Yeah, now they're, and okay, let's do this. Okay, now they're then.
Yeah.
And it was pretty similar to the way they talked. They kind of got a bit quiet for the rest of the night. I figured, maybe they're busy. Well, they invited me back. The VTuber invited me back the next day, and on stream while we were live, decided to call me out on quote-unquote very bad jokes the night prior. And I said, you could have just DM'd me this, dude. He's like, well, no, man, I gotta tell you now that we're live. And I said, that's kind of unprofessional, dude.
Specifically, now that we're live, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, he's like, but it's gotta be while we're live. How will they know? And I'm like, dude, you could have just DM'd me. You could have told me the night before. And he's like, but that's not real. And I'm like, that it's not raw that way, and it's very unprofessional. Yeah, it is. Also, he made very inappropriate jokes in terms of racial stuff, human racial stuff. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Instant sketch.
No.
Oh, yeah. And his excuse was, well, it's okay. I'm a member of X protected class. And I said, that doesn't make it okay to talk about another. No.
I'm not sure if that's on the same level or worse than the I have a black friend argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's just.
Ugh.
It's just, oh, jeez. Yeah. No, I think it's worse because
Yeah?
it's like you know how it feels, yet you're doing the same thing yourself. It's like, come on, bro. For example, as a dragon, I know how it feels to be stereotyped. Dragons are evil, blah, 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 blah. Imagine me doing the same thing to, say, a kobold or a kaiju or something. I'd be like, not cool, dude. Not cool at all.
Oh yeah, if Sanis is still in chat, I know she has a lot of words about people doing that when she's just trying to help. Big ol'
Yeah.
kaiju, big scary monster, shoot it. And she's literally just there to be like, I'm here to fix your city and grow plants. What, why?
Right.
Right?
So imagine someone like me doing that, right? Or
That'd be...
I doubt Sanis would do something like that, but imagine someone like Sanis who is a kaiju saying something about dragons or kobolds or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Just because it happens to us doesn't make it okay for us to do the same thing ourselves. People. I don't want to... I have lots of good stories too, I promise.
Well, we might need a few of those just to bring up the mood back a little.
I'm sorry.
I actually have to go,
Oh.
but I had a lot of fun meeting you, and I look forward to checking out your streams.
Thank you very much.
I love your voices.
In that case, Hamu, thank you for sticking along as you could. This is getting close to the upper edge of what I normally say, so I guess we caught a very chatty dragon. It's fine, though, all the same.
I
Very
feel responsible.
No, don't!
It's
Okay.
no
You're an
worries.
interesting interviewee.
Okay.
It just means we have a lot to talk about, and, well, unfortunately, the time we allotted for, at least on Hamu's end, it was not quite enough, so we'll stick around for as long as stories go, and Hamu, once again, thank you for stopping by and being the co-host for this.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it was great.
Make sure to check in with Koji sometime after the interview to get your share of the chocolate, because, yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All right, bye.
Take care of yourself.
Take care. Well,
I will do my best to go faster.
Well, I don't have any time constraints like I said, but it might be a little bit of a hassle to download the VOD for uploading back up, but take as much time as you feel you need to do justice to the story.
Okay. But one of my best stream experiences, and I'm actually gonna just thinking about this kind of get some feels going, but here we go. Good feels. I was playing Final Fantasy XIV. And thank you, Hamu, once again, you're awesome. I was playing Final Fantasy.
Just like, did you just spy that from the chat? I'm trying to do that without disrupting your flow.
Yeah. I also should have thanked Hamu, to be fair, when they were still here.
Fair enough.
But I was playing Final Fantasy XIV by myself, and I was having a pretty good time. I was explaining to my chat what I told you and Hamu. When I had bad experiences, haven't touched the game for a while, blah, 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 blah. And this one person in my stream randomly was like, hey, you're going to do great, and I believe in you, and if you need any help, I'm here for you, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay. And
that's just great.
And he was like, would you like me to, this is a bit forward, but can I hop in and help you? And I was like, against my better judgment, I was like, sure, right. I said, yeah, I let the person hop in. I had not had anybody be so helpful to me in my entire life. They explained to me what everything was. They broke everything down. They took a long time to tell me what everything does, represents. And I kind of felt overwhelmed. But they were like, it's okay, take a breath, you're fine, you're doing great. Just stuff I wish I heard the first time around,
Yeah, it sounds like a heck of a helpful experience, although knowing myself and how stubborn I am with any sort of advice or hint, I'd have been like, I appreciate the effort, but you do you. I'll just make as many mistakes as I do, okay?
In fairness, they said, can I give you some advice?
Yeah,
can I do this first?
And the can is important there as opposed to like a lot of people, especially with Dark Souls, they want to just jump in and tell you stuff.
Oh yeah, no. If it was me, hey, can I give you a spoiler? Can I tell you something? And if you're like, no, I'm good, I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I made it through that one without. Uh, yeah. I have another good experience for you. Oh, by the way, that person is now a good friend of mine, and
Oh, nice,
him
nice.
and both him and his SO hopped into the call to help me out. And now
Oh.
they're both very good friends of mine.
That sounds like good times all around. I can definitely see why it's on the list you bring up.
Another very good experience. Actually, this one might make me a bit teary-eyed, I'm sorry, in a good way. On one stream, my flute, as you know, I play during my streams. My flute had suffered a major accident just before my stream. I had run into my desk, my flute was on my desk, and my flute fell and off my desk and hit one of my weights. It was dented. I could not play it. It was damaged beyond repair. It was in such a way where it shouldn't have happened. There was no physical way it should have happened. So I told my chat, hey, I would play for you guys, but this happened to my flute, so I'll be out of commission for a while. And I was explaining to them I was rather heavy-hearted. This was many months ago now, obviously, since you have all heard me play my flute since then. But
Yeah.
okay, I can do this. Big scary dragon. People fear me. I burn villages. Okay. One of the people who is who is a friend of mine. As I was saying this, one of the alerts went off, and it was a big, long donation alert. And when this particular big, long donation alert goes off, you know it's a really, really large sum of money.
Oh.
This person dropped $400 on me and said, "Go get your flute fixed." They were in a voice chat with a lot of mutual friends, and I was told there was not a single dry eye in that VC. You know, if you're watching this VOD, you know who you are. You are a treasure, and I love you very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, it was probably one of the best experiences I've ever had on stream. They were like, I had just done, after the donation, I had just enough to get it completely overhauled. It ended up being quite a bit of money. I won't tell how much, but
Yeah.
let's put it this way: some friends who don't cry very easily were actually wiping their eyes and grabbing the tissues because, yeah, I'm not going to give out names for their safety, but yeah.
That is just that's a wonderful moment and really does go to show how much people care for you all.
I was overwhelmed. I couldn't speak. I had to go take a break to go cry my eyes out. Yeah. Another good experience I had with streaming was somebody in this chat right now. I will not mention their names unless they're okay with me mentioning their names. I ran into them randomly in a Minecraft server one day after the panic attack incident that I mentioned beforehand.
Yeah.
I saw this dude just wandering. It's a community server with voice mod enabled. By the way, Sato, if you play Minecraft, maybe we might get you to join this place.
I might relent at some point. I'm not a personal fan of Minecraft, like I said, but maybe you know enough mentions. I'll relent.
You did say that. I'm sorry, of course. But I digress. You're okay. Okay, he's okay with it. Cool. So, this dude was just by himself, randomly by himself, and I thought, oh, cool, this dude is by himself, and I was trying to, I'm like, maybe I should try to be sociable and not feel bad about myself. So I was like, hey, how's it going? And he's like, hey, how's it going? What you doing? Not much. I have nothing to do. Want to go to the jungle with me? Sure. And then dude's like, hey, check this out. I got some emerald apples, which are a rare item in Minecraft, for the record. So he gives me like 10. And I'm like, that's more than a few emerald apples. But I digress. His system isn't the best, so he was lagging a bit. He crashed out a couple of times. We end up going to the jungle, and his computer crashes out on him for a very long time. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to just leave him because we went several thousand blocks out of our way. If I was to just leave him there, he would, because he would spawn back there. He would be lost. So I stuck around for the 4 hours that he was incapacitated. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to leave him, even though I didn't know him. So we managed. One of the mods said, "Okay, try going away from there and coming back." And as I did that, he was able to load back in. Also, pardon me, I need to grab some water. I'm so parched.
I get that. It was probably something loaded in the chunk weird that needed to unload and reload before it could connect and load it properly. If I had a guess. And also, hello B-Top, welcome Raiders. Since we have a brief water break, I will mention that we are in an interview, so make sure to stop by Kojiro's channel and drop that follow as well if you're so inclined. Sounds like you're through with water.
Yes. I mean, I know I take very quiet gulps, so it's very difficult to tell. It's a bit of a treat. But, sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. And once again, welcome Raiders, welcome Raiders. I would sing a little song and tune for you, but right now, focus is on Kojiro here, so.
I appreciate that. I would like to hear you sing someday, though. But I appreciate that.
All you gotta do is catch me with the wild raid and you'll catch my best improv.
Hey.
Assuming I'm not being destroyed by a game or donation at that moment, too.
Understandable, understandable. So, where was I? Right. This person was crashed out 4 hours, I believe it was. 4 to 5 hours. So,
the mods just suggested you leave the area and return.
Yeah, they were like, leave this area, go back to your place. And I was like, okay. Not that I was in trouble or anything, but they were just like, let's try. So what? Dude manages to come back. I was like, yo, he's back, yeah. So I rush back there, go get him on my little boat thingy, take him back to my place. And I was like, hey, do you have a home yet? He's like, no, I don't. I was like, yeah, there's an, do you have any place you want to live in? He goes, I have no preference whatsoever. And I said, you kidding? There's this cool little island next to our place. You want to live there? He was like, okay. So easy.
In the same mood, honestly.
So to this day, he is now one of our neighbors. I didn't think much of it, but for the record, person in chat, you know who you are. Are you okay with me dropping your name? If not, I will respect that. You know who you are.
If you wish to out yourself, you may. Otherwise, Koji will continue the story without names.
Continue my story without names. So, I didn't think too much of it. I was streaming, went along with it. I forget what I was doing. I was building our house. Oh, okay.
I think this is the second they've given if it is Alamos.
It is in fact Alamos, yes.
Okay.
He's a very, very sweet and nice guy. He deserves a lot of love, really. But he doesn't stream right now because of system issues, of course. But I digress. A few streams later, I noticed this little chest near my house, and it said, to Koji, thank you for being so kind. It meant a lot to me. You don't know what it means, or something like that. I really, really appreciate it, and I kind of felt warm and fuzzy for a bit. I didn't realize. I just figured, oh, I'm just doing what anybody would do, I guess. But it felt really, really nice. Yeah, that's a good experience that I had while streaming.
Indeed. Sounds like you've definitely had a good share of good and a good share of bad, so definitely lots of stories going on in that head. Alright, let's see. Looks like unless you've got any other experiences you're itching to share, I'll move on to the next question.
I have one that's neither good nor bad. It's kind of funny, if that's okay.
Noteworthy, funny? Okay.
Yes.
Shoot. What's up? What's the experience?
I was streaming a game. Maybe it wasn't the best experience, someone I could learn from, but I had to suddenly go use the little dragon's room while streaming. So I do what I usually do. Say, I gotta go use little dragon. She won't be back. Da, 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 da. And I go out of the corner of my eye. I see this. I had to rush away. I didn't have time. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw so-and-so was raiding with a party of 95 people.
90. Oh, no.
I was like, no! I had to go so badly. I was like, I had to go so badly. My eyebrows were floating. Okay.
Hey.
But, sorry to be vulgar. But I went, did my thing, came back, and I was like, I'm so sorry. I explained to them I had to go. I don't have my view count up, so I don't know how many is there. But I said, if you're still here, welcome. I'm so sorry it took so long, blah, 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 blah. But it's funny because
That is
very unfortunate timed.
casualty of timing. Oh, no.
Yes.
I hope a few people in your chat were like, oh no, Koji just had to step away. Hello, everybody. But
I think, actually, no. Back
No?
then, my chat was not very active, so
Oh,
no. Lots of
no.
lurkers. Nope.
Mhm.
The moment I get back, someone's like, oh yeah, Kojiro had to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, hey, I'm here already.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
From what I'm told, half the people dipped. I mean, it is what it is, but
Yeah, it is
the
understandable.
the person who raided me was still there, and she was like, hey, we're still here, no worries. And I usually like to check out the VODs of people who raid me to see why they raided me, how they chose to raid me. Her stuff was all set to subscribers only, so I couldn't look.
Oh, no.
And I'm not about to drop a sub just to watch a VODs. I'm sorry, people. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is. And yeah, like Ray mentions, especially with big raids, I've noticed, being someone who's occasionally received a couple and also someone who's been taking part in a lot of them, anything like triple digit usually, chops in half like within a minute or two after the
Oh,
raid,
yeah.
regardless of your intention or being there.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes, a
definitely.
good 20 people or so will literally sit there until the end of time. So,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. So,
yeah.
no, but... So that was an experience. That was an absolute experience.
Oh, jeez.
So that's it as far as stories go.
All right. Well, in that case, the next question will tie in with communities and either experiences with streaming communities or communities outside of streaming and content creation. Namely, are there any big communities that you've been involved in that you'd like to discuss in some manner?
Involved in a good way, or
In
involved
a good
in...
way, in a bad way, just in a way. Is there anything that is noteworthy about a community you've been in that you feel should be mentioned, good, bad, or otherwise?
Yes, actually. But for safety's sake, I won't drop names. Before I became a VTuber, I was in a part of a couple of VTubers communities. They were prime examples of how not to talk to somebody in a voice chat.
Oh, no.
And also how not to handle yourself when faced with an unknown situation. So.
Lovely.
Yeah. So the way I phrase things may sometimes be unorthodox. For example, when I see pictures of delicious food, I say, oh, that's food porn, which is a normal colloquial thing. Well, somebody didn't take too kindly to that. They thought it was offensive. And I said, oh, well, sorry to hear that. And you think that'd be the... Yeah, it's a thing, right? I mean...
The fact they took that as offensive.
They said it was inappropriate.
I love me some earth porn, space is beautiful and all that. I understand the term. I don't think, unless you're literally talking about pornography, it's inappropriate, but...
Absolutely not.
But,
yeah. Again, I'm not going to drop any names because
No
I don't
names,
want any witch hunts. And they said, hey, they approached me privately. To be fair, privately, and they said lots of people are talking about how uncomfortable you're making them because you're talking about XYZ. And I said, but that's not inappropriate. And and they were like, they told me that I don't get to decide if someone taking food porn is offensive is inappropriate or not. It was a
I
bit of a mental gymnastics thing. So,
on the bright side, I can still appreciate them privately taking
oh
you
yeah,
aside and bringing it up, though. That
oh
like
yeah, oh yeah,
even if I don't agree with the conclusions or a lot of the thoughts behind it, again,
yeah,
mental gymnastics, at least the method's not that bad.
yeah. And I have a friend who went into a voice chat. Again, I won't drop names.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing they did to her was drop inappropriate references, and they were like, "Oh, thank you for that." That's all I remember. But again, I'm not going to drop any names. Also, I'm so sorry. My minion's deciding to go grab something else. Ah! If I can step out for just a second. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's definitely something that a lot of communities do wind up getting at, isn't it? And I am gonna just be kind of rambling to fill space, so if anybody in chat wants to bring up a topic as well, feel free to. But a lot of communities wind up having a little bit of oddities and quirks to them because of who is there and what people think. I don't really understand why food porn of all things would wind up being that one though. And a quick question,
Hi.
how did you find Koji? Oh, hello.
Sorry.
I'm
I'm back.
pretty sure that Grim directed us to Koji after an interview. Is that correct? I seem to recall rating you because Grim pointed and was like, Koji's a good person, you go there now.
Aw. I appreciate that.
So that would be how, through these interviews, I actually wound up meeting Koji, although it was just a rating system. Alright, and that was the one random chat question.
Saru's amazing. I'm so glad I met him.
Thank you.
He's
You're definitely great too.
I appreciate that. I may have gotten majorly sidetracked. Would you kindly
I believe there was a lot of a particular unnamed VTuber community, and a friend's first interaction was the last story, and it sounded like you reached the end of that story.
Yeah. Just a bit of a hypocritical thing. I mean,
Yeah.
that was, to be fair, a long time ago. As I like to say, people change, people learn, people grow. I'm sure
Yep.
they've changed. I know I've changed. I know that I'm sure they are learning and growing since then, and I know I am. So yeah. Oh, another notable community.
I'm just still stuck on food porn is inappropriate.
Yeah.
Another notable community?
Yes. This dude, I don't mind dropping his name because he's awesome, and I kind of look up to him in ways. Very, very, very tightly knit community he has, both with his friends and with his straight up with his community. It's Barry the Bugbear. He's a barbarian VTuber.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. He's a bard and he's a barbarian. He wields an axe base.
Barry the Bugbear Barbarian. That's a lot of beasts.
He's Barry the Bugbear. He's a bugbear. He's just he's so tightly knit with his friends. It's very admirable. It's honestly, it's goals.
Yeah.
And with how well he runs his community, he does game nights with them. He hangs out with them. Oh, and that reminds me, there's someone else too. Another community that's of note is am I okay with dropping names?
Oh, absolutely. If you're talking positive about them, throw out as many names as you want.
Yeah, but with Barry, he cares so deeply about his community. It shows. Also, another one is Hinomiya Taika. If you've ever heard of him,
I don't think I have.
He's on very late at night, so you may or may not catch him.
Depending on how late, they may be perfect raid target for me, though.
Fair. He comes on about 4 o'clock in the morning our time.
Ooh, okay, that may be a little late.
Oh yeah. but he has a very tight-knit community as well, and often plays games with them and hangs out with them in voice chats. And he's rather a large VTuber, has several thousand followers on Twitch, regularly has triple digits of watchers. It's just mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's how I want to be someday. Be able to play games with my community, hang out with my community, do game nights, functions, definitely in VR chat and such. I want to get into that, hang out with him there and such is one place. Yeah.
I know when a community's like that, it is just absolutely literally inspiring, because I got a similar tale of someone I look up to that reel in with the community, and that's why I started streaming myself.
Oh, that's awesome. I want to be
People
able
like
to do
that are amazing. Yeah.
Mm. And don't think I haven't noticed, Sada. I see what you're doing. It is inspiring.
Thank you. I try to put in a lot of effort, and the affirmation is nice, because a lot of times I wind up running my own doubts in circles, you know?
Oh, I feel that. And Mean Brain is a
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
But nah, dude, I see you. You're awesome.
Aw.
Mm.
Making me blush. I'm just getting flustered here.
That's all I've got for now for stories.
All right. Well, in that case, narrowing in a little bit on the communities as opposed to the whole communities at a wide, are there any individuals that inspired you one way or the other with regards to content creation, both music creation and streaming? What are
Yes.
major influences?
Actually, yes. My biggest influence, arguably, is a VTuber named Echo. To be fair, NN Echo. Nowadays she goes by Echo BTS. Very gremlin energy, very chaotic, pretty much polar opposite of me. But if it was not for her, I would not be in this very comfy, by the way, chair right now. I would not be here as a VTuber. She inspired me to become a VTuber. And then to say that every friend that I've ever made has not inspired me in some way would be an absolute untruth. Every person I've ever met has taught me something, inspired me in some way, but musically, oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's one I figure, got to dig into the deep memories there, huh?
I don't know any of these people personally. I'd like to someday, but Miss Ivy Tran, she's a pianist, very, very talented composer, has done works for the video game Soul Saga, the video game Cryamore, the Steven Universe series. Very talented composer. She puts there's a battle theme I want to show you. I'll stream if you have time after the stream is over. But this battle theme uses piano and in such a way where there's arpeggios and that the melody seems to dance around your head, and my mind was blown. I was like, that's so beautiful. I want to be able to make music just like that. So Ivy Tran is a huge influence on me as a composer, as well as Koji Kondo. Some people may say my namesake, but it was a coincidence. Koji Kondo is responsible for the Super Mario Brothers series music, as well as the Legend of Zelda series.
Okay.
And also Jun Ishikawa for some Kirby titles.
So definitely a few Nintendo themes sneaking in as well. Huh?
Yeah. As far as content creators, Hinomi Atako inspires me again. Barry the Bugbear inspires me. Who else? Let me think. Daishima inspires me a lot. And then there's another VTuber who's actually a lot smaller. I wish he was bigger. He works so hard. Silas Alden is his name. Just great people.
Yeah, certainly sounds like a lot of wonderful people just doing their best to get things done, huh?
With Silas, he works incredibly hard to try to come up with things and innovate, and I'm just like, he is like me, we just need the right people to give us a chance,
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that they need a chance in the first place, and just having somebody, recognize that and say, hey, this is something that you probably would like to do, even if they don't say it with their words, just their actions, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, that was definitely a rapid-fire list of names that I don't personally know pretty much anything about other than, well, they're the circle of people you know. And honestly, just as a little personal aside, that's kind of one of the great things about the interviews for me, is I get to dance along the edge of a lot of people's social circles and start trying to, meet and show off a bunch of people. Because I think if I were to bring up the initial people who inspired me, you would have absolutely no clue yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless, you saw them over in my chats at some point. And the various chain of how I even got to meet you would be dancing through, okay, I met these people here, interacted with these people over here, which led me to that person there, which led me to Sanus, which led me to Grim, which led me to you, and yeah.
Isn't that great how friendship works, though?
It really is. Just dancing around, meeting actual people and being like, well, I'm not going to be friend with everybody, but I'm going to be friend with a good chunk of people.
Yeah. And one very hard, very sad truth I realized is we cannot be friends with everybody. And unfortunately, we will reach a point where we have to have a close circle of friends.
That is certainly a thing as well, because you only have so much social energy, right?
Yeah.
And I know myself, I'm not the most energetic on the social front, we'll say. Where a lot of people I will reach out to, like, I think once in a blue moon is actually an accurate statement, given how infrequently I reach out to some people, unless I have an explicit purpose of, hey, convenient excuse, want to get art together, or I drew this for you, have a random gift, or things like that, right?
Yeah.
Because unless I have a reason to interrupt somebody, or a reason to believe that they are having a bad time, and I should check on them and be like, hey, everything is okay. Calm your brain and just relax. Like,
yeah.
I just live and let live, and even though I could probably do with chiming in on friends more often, energy is low.
Well, no, I feel that. I'm what I like to call half introvert, half extrovert. My father was a huge introvert. He could happily exist inside of his dwelling for years on end if he didn't have to go out and venture out and grab food. Kaelus' mom, on the other hand, cannot survive without talking to people.
Oh, no.
She is the type of person where if she's waiting for me if I have to go wander off somewhere to get something, and she's waiting for me, next thing I know, she's talking to this woman, and they're practically best friends, and I'm like, how do you do that?
My mom is a very similar way, and literally, anytime I wind up on a shopping trip with her to carry things, it's like, oh, she knows literally everybody.
Yes.
And then she starts working in the jail, and now she knows literally everybody's sins, too.
Oh, no. I mean, yeah, and mind you, she doesn't care who you are, what you are, so next thing I know, she and this kobold woman are just talking, and I'm like chatting it up, and they're like, oh yeah, my son does this, and my son does that, and I'm like, can we not, please?
Oh, I actually have a story relating to something tangential to that as well.
Nice.
Because one of her coworkers asked what I do in with regards to streaming and stuff, and I get a text message from my mom, hey, what's your username? It's something silly. You just ignore this. And when she, shows up and I get a chat with her some, she was like, oh yeah, one of the deputies around was asking about a fans only thing. OnlyFans.
Oh no. Wait, you have an OnlyFans?
No. But the coworker was like, hey, oh, your son streams, does he? Does he have an OnlyFans? Wink, wink. Like, he was being a little shitter to her, basically.
Oh, I thought so. Are you sure they weren't just being thirsty? I'm just kidding.
Based on the interaction, I'm pretty sure he was being a shitter.
Okay, fair. That's fair. Yeah.
But that was my little banter of, oh yeah, that happened.
Nice. No, with her, she was like, "Oh, my son runs a dungeon," and the woman's like, "Oh, he does he?" Wink.
Oh no.
And I'm like, "It's not no." Okay. Just me turning about as red as your hair. Just, mother, please, let's go.
It is time to move on, yes.
And the woman, who, mind you, has children of herself, she's like, "Bah," and I'm like, "No." Ugh.
Well, that's
Yeah.
rich.
Yeah. And also, this is kind of an embarrassing story. But I was being served at a restaurant. I was taking Kaelus mama for a meal for, I think it was a birthday or something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yes, I know.
to be fair, Sada was quite the looker. Oh, yes, he
Hey.
is. I mean, I don't swing that way, to be fair, but still,
My face is already red enough without having to actually verbally react to it, but thank
No.
you.
No. Maybe this will help you feel a bit better. So the waitress was, she wasn't. Okay, fair warning, I'm not trying to be rude or mean. She was very cute. She wasn't pretty and beautiful, but she was very cute. Right? I'm sure you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. So the waitress was very cute. Brings me the bread, brings me whatever comes with the meal, and Kaeru's mama and her infinite wisdom over thousands of years on this earth. It's like, my son likes to bake too. And I'm just like, why do you give away my life story? And the waitress is like, oh, he does. Maybe we can bake together sometime. And she was like, yeah, that'd be cool. I'm like, please stop it. And then on the way home, she's like, she was flirting with you and you didn't look at any of his signals. And I'm like, I don't care. Stop it. Yeah.
I know, that's the issue.
That's the issue. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Yeah.
Now my face is about as red as my
Understandable.
So that's. Wait, what were we talking about again?
I believe the original tangent that led us to here was bringing up a bit of the ambivert nature, half introvert, half extrovert.
Oh, yes.
And that tangented quite a bit.
Yeah. So yeah.
I believe it was on the topic of inspirations and the like that eventually led to that, and you gave off a bunch of names, so.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hey, tangents are the fun part.
Fair warning, with me, conversations do tend to be a bit of a roller coaster ride.
Well, if we're going to, use that analogy, let's keep things on track a little bit, huh?
So, yes.
So, final question for streaming retrospective and communities and whatnot. And this is one that we usually get a pretty similar answer from a lot of people on.
Okay.
But, looking back over your time streaming and making content like music, is there anything you'd want to change? If you could. Be it something that was inside or outside your control.
Actually, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably not an answer you get very often, is there?
Yeah, most often it's, no, I'm happy with where things are at, or it might have sucked before, but things are now how they are because of that. So, yes, just straight yes is the rare answer.
I'm very happy with where I am now, but since you asked, yes, I would. I would go back and tell myself, hey, don't be so afraid. Don't be so afraid of failure. Just do it. I would tell my younger self, do what you want to do, because life's going to pass you by, and sooner or later you're going to wonder where the hell 10, 15, even 20 years went. And be like, why didn't I do this years ago?
Mm-hmm.
But having said that, if all the events that played out did not play out, I would not have met amazing people, including you. You know, so yeah.
The message is still there.
Do I regret? Yeah. Do I regret anything? No. Well, maybe a little bit. But am I happy the way things played out? Because again, I get to talk to amazing people, yourself included. Yes.
And
So
that's really the meat of the question is, what would you tell people who are in the same situation you were a while ago? And that's to do it, right? Actually.
just put yourself out there.
Mhm.
Don't be so afraid of what people think of you. Because if somebody is going to tell you that you suck, they're just making themselves feel better about their own sorry shell of a life. That's pretty much it. The down, put down, as my mother would say.
Mm-hmm. So, best we can do is bring people up and have a good time ourselves.
It's not, yeah. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. It's not going to be easy, but you'll never know unless you try. My grandmother used to tell me, it's better to aim high and miss than to aim beneath you and hit your target.
I like that. Akin to the shoot for the moon, if you miss, you'll land amongst the stars type of thing. Definitely just do your best, and even if you don't think your best is going to be worth anything, do it anyways. Prove yourself wrong.
Right.
So, yeah, that is definitely a wonderful answer, even if you're still sneaking in, the positive jabs at people being like, met a lot of amazing people, and I'm just like, yes, thank you, but also and
yes,
this is going to be the final two questions. So if you're going to direct the raid to somebody, try to start thinking and maybe spy over towards Twitch and see who's live right about now.
I've got my target, actually, and I'm DMing it to you now.
Good. So,
boop.
Our previous question was looking back, but now we're going to look forward. Are there any major long-term plans that you're working towards that you're able to share at the current state?
Yes. I would love to someday become a Twitch partner.
Understandable.
I am a voice actor, as you know. One of my long-term goals is to become an industry-established professional. Another goal of mine is to be able to make music for AAA games. Maybe some big-name productions, And I have my own project in the works. I cannot give too much away about that. But it is an audio fiction series, so think of an anime that you listen to.
Okay. Sounds like you got quite a few goals going on there of various time frames and aspirations.
A bit of a closer goal, if I may. I want to be more of a
the closer goal is the next question, actually. So,
okay.
Yes, are there any short-term plans or closer goals you'd like to talk about, Koji?
Yes. I want to be a better content creator, upload more stuff to YouTube, get into the TikTok and such.
Expand out, get in contact with more people who want to watch your stuff in some manner, and really just build up.
Yeah. And also the audio fiction series again, because it's a bit of a twofold thing.
Okay.
I'm in the process right now, actually.
Well, nice. I know having my own short-term big plan is like, there's a lot of work going into this, so I can only imagine how much goes into audio fiction like that, because writing, recording, everything in between.
Not to mention casting, directing.
Ooh, okay, so this is bigger than just a one-man voice show. This is... Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, and not to mention people who are okay with unpaid work.
Yeah.
Because
this is personal project, and if you could afford to hire people, that's, icing on the cake, but if you do what you can to make do. Huh?
So the best way is to look for people who, like myself, are trying to establish themselves as a voice actor. And on the one hand, it's good for them because they get to have something on their resume. And for me, they are putting their best efforts forth, so I get to have an actually decent performance.
Yeah,
Again, you scratch my head, I scratch yours type thing.
that and it also plays into the whole networking thing that the world seems to run about for them humans, right?
Yes.
Because if you have, a good opportunity for yourself and get into a good place, and there's somebody you work well with, name dropping them if, the need arises, relatively straightforward because, hey, you're looking for someone who could do this, right? I work well with this person. Easy enough, right?
Right.
Heck, a lot of that is how I, wind up here, especially with directing the raids, because, oh yeah, the guest wants to pick somebody to go and say hello to. Well, I would normally go and just pop on by, hang out, and then be like, yeah, this person sent the raid, huzzah, like we're about to do right now, actually.
Yeah.
So, as well for the message, is there any particular interview-specific message you'd like to shoot on off to them as well? Just a greeting that may not depend on your usual emotes, because a lot of people may be stopping by for the first time and seeing them just now.
To be perfectly honest, I can't think of anything.
Can't think of nothing?
Ooh,
Oh.
actually, what about this raid is sponsored by Big Squeak Inc.
I'm down for that. Let me pull up the stream so I will get tagged along with that as well. And if you are inclined to follow along with the raid, let's see, what was it? This blank sponsored by Big Squeak Inc.
This raid.
This raid? Okay, so it was raid. I was like, this interview? No, that doesn't sound right.
By the way, before I forget, because I am very, very forgetful, thank you so much for having me, Sato. I really, really appreciate this.
Oh, absolutely. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for taking part in this as well. I know,
Nice.
Let's take a glance. Oh, yep, we've crested the 4-hour mark, so this is officially the longest interview.
Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry.
But we had good times, and honestly, the length of the interview does seem to correlate quite a bit with the guest enjoyment, because the people who are having a good time and talking, they're the ones that wind up shooting off and going, heck yeah, this was a good time at the end, right?
Aw.
But for now, thank you all for stopping by on the live side with Twitch. Make sure to show Silas some love as the raid's about to go. And for anybody catching the VOD and actually watching, thank you as well. For now, though, it's time to go. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.